Welcome to Sistah Speak, The Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live. I'm Sistah K.
I'm Kelly.
I'm Sistah Blue.
And welcome to episode 127. Let's get started. Woo! Welcome, Sistah Speak Nation. As you can see, I'm here with two beautiful guest hosts today. I'd love to have them introduce themselves to y'all. We have some OGs with us here today and new, slightly newer and an OG. But I'd love to hear you when you introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about who you are, but also when you started watching The Walking Dead, possibly when you started listening to Sistah Speak, and how you've liked this series of The Walking Dead universe so far. So I know that's a lot, but let's start with Kelly.
Hi, I'm Kelly, and the OGs know me as Kelly from DC. And let's see, I am just a working bee in the DC area, but I'm also a writer and filmmaker, and that's a new thing. Let's see, I started watching The Walking Dead pretty much from day one. I was in it. Unfortunately, I did not make it through to the end. They lost me somewhere along the way, and I feel bad about that because in the early days it was must-see television, and to this day I can still talk about scenes as if I just saw them yesterday. Um, I have not watched the spinoffs, and I kind of thought maybe I started Fear the Walking Dead when I was still watching The Walking Dead, and it just didn't hold me. The spinoff, since The Walking Dead has gone off with Daryl and other things, I'm not, my mind is not closed to watching them, but no, I just haven't taken the time. And I think part of that's muscle memory because I've gone so long now without watching this universe that
Yeah.
it just like, I don't have a reflex to go back into it. And I said that until
Until
okay, I will crawl over
Rochon.
broken glass to get to anything that is Michonne, which is quite frankly my all-time favorite ship out of every show I've ever watched ever in my life. I love Michonne. In the episode where they officially got together, I actually could not use words for about 2 days. I just was screaming the whole time. It was ridiculous. I was calling my friends and I was just like, I know, I know, it's so good. So yeah, I'm excited to. Well, like I said, I didn't feel any reflex to come back for the other one, but when I saw Rashon, I definitely was coming back, which is the segue to. I've also been a member of the Sistah Speak Nation, uh, many years now.
Yes.
I came in watching Walking Dead. I had the trifecta, right? Walking Dead, True Blood, and Game of Thrones. And
Yes.
young ones may not know that there was a time when all three of those things existed in real time together. Um,
Yes.
and I found Sistah Speak because you all talk about shows the way I talk about shows. And I just loved it. I've always loved it. Been listening for a while. And then, just so you guys know, when Sistah K was looking for some guest speakers to come in, of course, it was to talk about Walking Dead, which I was then a subject matter expert. But at that time, I got to meet the illustrious, the legend, Sistah K, and became instant friends. Okay,
Yes.
so this is like a trifecta of excitement because I do love talking about Walking Dead. Um, Rashon, but then Sistah K, who is my friend, I am so excited to be here. So the hard part is going to make me stop talking, right? Because I there's just you put those three things together, and I literally can
And
talk for
we could
days.
talk
So
all day. Yes.
all day into the night, we've done
Yes.
it before.
We've
So
done what
anyway,
I was gonna say. We've done that. We've
so
done
yeah,
that.
that's who I am. Well, glad to be here.
Thank you so much for being a part of the show again. And Sarah.
hello,
Same question.
I'm Sarah, and I am from the UK, as you might be able to tell from my accent. I responded to the call out of perhaps becoming a guest on the panel, and really appreciate being here and speaking to both of you. From a Walking Dead perspective, yeah, I was in from the get-go. They said Andrew Lincoln, who I think maybe at the time, although correct me if I'm wrong, was probably bigger in the UK than he was in the States. Um, so I was intrigued, and also zombies. I love horror films.
Mhm.
I love. I'm not big on body horror, but sci-fi horror and Western
Yes.
horror, they're my favorites. But zombies are terrifying. The things that scare me are the things you can't reason with. Like if you can have a chat
Mm.
with something, it's not that scary because, in Doctor Who style, you might be able to chat your way out of it, or, throw them a bone or do a deal. But there's no chatting with them. There's no talking to them. There's no reasoning. So yeah, when they said it was going to be a zombie show, set in Georgia and those kind of, I was, oh, I'm in, fantastic. So I watched all of it. I watched the first six seasons very happily. They brought in one of my other favorite actors, which is David Morrissey, who was already a
Yes.
huge thing over here,
Yes.
and a lovely guy. He's absolutely delightful. So I was seasons 3 and 4. I was oh my god, here we go. Terrifying. What a great villain he made. And then it got to season 6, and and then Rick died.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that Rick, for all of the ways in which he maddened and disappointed and irritated and annoyed and just infuriated me, he was my favorite character. And I didn't realize until he was gone.
Who's gone?
I didn't think The Walking Dead could get much worse. And then Rick wasn't in it. So
Well said.
Good
Very
Lord.
well said.
So I don't want to say I hate watched because I didn't feel that much emotion for it. But I kept watching. I watched it all the way through, and clung on to the hope that perhaps we'd see Rick again. So then, obviously, in the meantime, followed. So there was Fear the Walking Dead. I watched the first couple of seasons, and then the only interesting character died, and then the other one left, and I thought, well, I'm not going to carry on with this. Then they brought out, what was it, Dead City next? What a pile of junk that was. Then they brought out Daryl Dixon, which can get in the bin. So by this point, I was like, look, I'm not a hater on Carol. I find the character of Carol fascinating. But that's another conversation. But so I thought, Book of Carol, yeah, I'll watch it. But the ones who live, Rick and Michonne, that's what I'm here for. Rick's back. So yeah, the minute they announced it, obviously it got delayed and everything else, but I was right in. And then for this podcast and this podcast early, and just for you, Sistah K, I watched The World Beyond.
Oh, bless you.
I'm never going to get those hours back. Especially as I thought what I'd do is I'd try and watch it so I had some background and an idea of the CRM and what the Civic Republic was. So that's why I was not realizing Jadis doesn't appear in it until the end of season 2. So I'm watching these irritatingly educated and intelligent children wander around talking like there's something out of Dawson's Creek. I just thought I can't. And I'm thinking any minute now they're going to talk about the CRM, and they pretty much didn't until season 2. So I got halfway through season 2. I am still watching it, but hopefully I've got something that would be useful for this podcast.
I'm sure, but you did not have to do that. But thank you for doing that so that I don't have to, because
it physically hurt. It physically hurt.
I actually think I did watch that. I think I watched it at least the first or second episode, and I was like, "Ugh, they could get bit all of them."
And it's so complicated. It's so complicated. I don't understand how they have overcomplicated everything so much to the point of it being barely discernible what the plot is.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that's awful. Well, I'm glad you did, because I feel like there's a scene that I feel like there's a scene in this episode in particular that I did not recognize, and I feel like it's from that series. So I'm wondering if you got to that episode.
No, I was in such utter distress, dismay, and depression having watched this awful spin-off that I actually watched a bunch of like the last parts of the season, kind of like a bunch of cutscenes that were all put together on YouTube because I couldn't anymore.
You couldn't get to it.
No, I could not watch any more of it. So, but yes, it is in there. Okay, and I know who the character is. So,
okay, good,
and what their relationship with. So I have
questions. I have questions about that. Well, I appreciate you doing what I definitely was not going to do. Thank you so much for your service.
One for the team.
Well, awesome. So this episode titled Become, when it started, when I tell you the rage that I had, it took me back to why I sat on the couch. As y'all know, because I've said it ad nauseum, but I'll say it again for those who might be brand new to this episode, which I can't see why y'all watches this episode, not the first one. But anyway, I definitely was on the couch season 10. I think it was midway through season 10. And a lot of my complaints through the years, the later years of this show, which I loved at the very beginning, was because we had so many damn characters and nobody was dying. Like, we're in this apocalypse and so many people are living that I don't care to see their day-to-day life. Like, and one of the main ones that needed to get bit, that never did, apparently, was the one to open this freaking episode. And when I saw his face, I was like, I threw something at the TV. My gosh, here we go. Y'all, I have been loving this season. Let me tell you, I have been loving this season so much. It's taking me back to why I fell in love with The Walking Dead. The storytelling is great. The character development has been fantastic. I know what the characters are pretty much thinking. I mean, I've been surprised, but I know these characters and I love these characters. And the fact that Rick and Michonne are together made it even better for me. But here we go. We open up the damn fucking opening. Excuse my French, y'all. Opening scene is Father motherfucking Gabriel.
Gabriel.
Do you know what? If you were going to give a list, even through the whole season, of people you would rather be alive than Gabriel, it would be a cast of thousands. Honest to God. They'd be like Walker number 1, Walker number 2, Walker number 3, Walker number 4.
I'm sure a lot of those walkers were nice people, right? Can we see them?
Yeah, 3 hours later, I'd be going walking 146. At some point in the far distance, on my deathbed, I would say, and maybe Gabriel.
And of all the characters I would never have expected to see, I was flabbergasted, appalled, and I was in such a rage. It took me until the next commercial. Well, that was really quick because it was a really quick opening, but I was still so upset by that. I was like, are they going to make me go sit back on the couch? No, because I'm not letting him ruin my experience. But I was so irritated.
And here's the thing, like the way in which he's cast, and I know we'll come back to it a little bit later, but the way he's cast in this episode is like he's this person who can influence somebody and talk them through. He hasn't done that once. Hasn't done it once in the entirety of The Walking Dead. Did he ever had a positive impact on anybody?
No, he has ruined every life he's touched since he got on screen.
Every single one. Why would you use him to do it? He's not a wordsmith. He's a crap clergyman. Everyone.
Hello.
Who left his? Let's go back to OG.
Thank you.
Walking Dead. He left his congregation to die. Yep. And so
he can get away. So he can
get away. And you know what? Okay. Pardon me this, you all. But in storytelling kind of thing, the payback always needs to come. And I think a lot of places where shows lose me is where the payback doesn't come. Okay? Even if you've changed, even if you've repented, even if you feel sorry, at some point you got to pay that piper for and I'm talking narratively, for what the hell it is you did. Okay? Father Gabriel, in his milky eye, oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Rocks. And yes, he can kick all the rocks in the world. I don't want to see him kissing on anybody. I don't want to see him making anything holy water because, dude, you're not holy. Okay?
Thank you.
I mean, he's even an insult to actual clergy, okay? And so he needed to die literally 5 seasons ago.
Literally. Right.
And so I keep waiting for the comeuppance. I'm sorry, there's a whole congregation that you killed. You need to die for them.
Yeah, the whole storyline with him and Rosita. I mean, why would you? I mean, it's just
That was okay. That was back when I
have no words.
I'm speechless. That was back when I still watched when that first occurred, and I was like, wait, that was during that time jump thing.
Yes,
which I
yes.
did not like either, but whatever. And I'm like, what? When did this? How did this come about? Because in my understanding, now this has been years since I've watched all of that, so correct me if I'm wrong. Rosita's main thing about like her character's main thing was she would take the advantage where she could. She would connect herself to people who would help keep her safe, help give her some kind of advantage, right?
Yes.
Where was that? With her hooking up with...
They destroyed her character, and it was just made worse. And the epitome of how much they destroyed her character was the storyline with Gabriel. It was appalling. And he can get off my screen. Get off my screen. Go away. I don't want to see him.
And I like that actor too, which is...
Seth Gillen's amazing.
Worse. I love him. So for those who don't know us as well as back in the day, when we talk about these characters, we're not talking about the actors. We're talking about the characters.
No.
Although I will say, when I talk about the girl from the Fear the Walking Dead that has no facial expressions, I'm talking about that. Madison. The actress, her facial expressions don't change. And I'm like, how does she get these parts? Like, for a while, we were seeing her everywhere. Like, how is it that she is getting these roles?
I got nothing.
Sorry, I got sidetracked with... Anyway, so yeah, to me, that whole thing with Father Gabriel, I don't feel like he's ever had that redemption. And I am this is what's equally appalled me, or not appalled me, but surprised the hell out of me. But I know I've been away from this universe for a while. The number of people that love him, that character,
who loves him. People love him?
Girl,
what, like online, are you talking?
Online.
In the show?
Online.
Oh, really?
The number of people who are defending the fact that he was there, the number of people who were jumping on people that said, I can't stand this character. What?
Well,
He's
they want to fight.
I'm like, who are these people? Who are these folks?
Have you ever met one in the wild? Have we met one of these people in the wild, or do they just live in dark places and only come out like between the hours of the witching hour?
They got to be Russian bots. These cannot be like.
Well, they only come out witching hour at 3 a.m. Between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. is the only time they come out.
And then what other thing that irritated the hell out of me during the actual show was when they would leave all the fucking kids with his ass. Like, you're trusting your children with this dude who left his whole congregation to save his own ass, who up until now in this episode could barely save his own butt. And the episode where he got sick and had that fever that gave him the fucking milky eye, when he didn't die that episode, that's when I really, truly probably was like, you know what? Y'all have really... No, I can't hang. I can't hang.
I think what drives me the most crazy about him as a character is because lose the fucking act, okay? Like, I would take him seriously if he took off that collar and he's like, I'm not Father Gabriel anymore. I'm Gabe from around the corner. And, I drink, I smoke, it's all about the women and I'm a coward. And just, it's like, if he had self-awareness, but he never gained self-awareness. If he just said, you know what, I'm a piece of shit, and that's okay because it takes all types to make the world. And I could respect him for that more than that he showed up however many years later, still talking what he thinks is wisdom. Nobody looks to you for wisdom. You're not wise, dude. You've never been wise. I don't want to hear any words of wisdom from you. I'd rather hear from Judith than from him, okay?
Definitely.
there's no self-awareness. And apparently there's no awareness in the writer's room that this dude is a piece of crap and we just need to go ahead and let him get bit. I thought when Jadis was aiming the gun at him in this episode, I was
screaming
for her.
Come on, Jadis.
That was the only thing that was going to redeem him or her for me. Yeah. And when she didn't do it, I was like, okay, bitch, you got to go. I already knew you had to go, but you definitely got to go because you didn't do it when you
had one job. You had one job.
So quick question. So when it opened, so, we see someone walk in and we see them the back. Did you think it was Gabriel? I didn't. I had no clue who it was. Jada. Oh, okay.
Oh,
because they did a bit later. They did
just the feet.
Yeah, I thought it was her because, the whole thing is that she's keeping her good eye on Rick. Mm-hmm. And so I thought she was going to be the surprise that Rick and Michonne thought they got away, but lo and behold, they did not. Because she's been watching the whole time. That's why I thought
switch up. They do that switch up later, don't they? And I know we'll get to that. They do that switch up later.
But I didn't need this red herring. I really didn't.
I really didn't either.
They could have pulled. If you're doing flashbacks, you could have literally pulled anybody.
Anybody.
Anybody. And even though he died on my shit list, but hell, you could even brought Tyrese back. Not Tyrese. What was it? Who was the brother who was, I don't want to kill no more Walker?
Yeah, Tyrese.
They could even brought him back just to say, hey, everybody, it's nice here in heaven. I don't know what he's going to say, but literally anything but Father Gabriel.
Thank you.
What about you, Sistah K? Who did you think
I'm wrong. Okay. He did hook up with Rosita, but then when she got with the other dude, they broke up. And him and Jadis had a little thing, didn't they?
Yes.
Which I feel like that's the only reason they did it, because this obviously was a story for her to get.
And there was a lot of
humanity.
Which is why it's so unbelievable that it was Gabriel that she was having a conversation with. But I guess they were saddled with that because they did that terrible storyline, which is what you were just talking about in season. I think it was 9 or 10.
I think it was 9
in which they were having a little dalliance.
Which was that was another one that came out of like left field. You're like, what? Mm-hmm. Like, why are you pushing? Like, there are so many other characters that we want to know about. Why are you pushing these two randoms that we wanted to have dead by now anyway? Why are you foisting this?
Because they had already gotten rid of all the actual good characters. That was part of the reason.
That part. So yeah, but I did not think it was Jadis walking. I don't know who I thought it was. I guess my mind was just blank. Oh my God, who is this? Who's walking? Who's got these dark pants?
I thought it was Michonne until the machete came out, and then I was like, oh, I'm wrong, because she used to have she had the coat with the hoods. So from behind, I was like, oh, I recognize the silhouettes. That for me looked like it could have been Michonne. But then there was the machete. I was like, oh no, that's not Michonne. And then obviously the despair and disappointment took over from there, really.
I just had an idea. You know who would have been really cool if it was? Judith, because she's a teenager now, right?
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Judith looking for her parents because everybody's been runaway.
Wow.
Which wouldn't make any sense with what they ended up doing, which I understand it wouldn't make sense, but that
as an introduction, that'd have been.
Yeah, it would have been great.
What I didn't understand, and this might be, I suppose, I think I'll come back to the question for you, everybody, when we kind of reach towards the end. But I didn't quite figure out why. See the helicopter coming over. Like, if we think about the episode, it still made no sense to me. He starts saying the Lord's Prayer or the Our Father prayer. I was like, why is he looking at the helicopter praying? I don't get it.
Because everything he does makes no sense.
Why is he? And I thought by the end it would make more sense, but I was like, is he? And then by the end, anyway, we'll come back to that later. But I don't.
He knew she was.
But then why is he praying?
On the helicopter.
But is he praying like, please let it be her? Please get her to fuck off. Like, what is the? What,
or maybe
what
he's
is
like,
he?
please let them find us so that we can get saved. Or
shoot me.
I don't know.
Yeah, I felt it was so like.
Out of nowhere.
I still don't. I even got to the end of it, and I didn't understand why. Maybe they'll explain in future ones, but it just didn't make any sense to me. I didn't hate this episode, by the way. I actually enjoyed it. But
I like the episode, but
yeah,
this really put
Gabriel.
a dent in my enjoyment, I will say. And then, of course, I mean, a lot of the episode is about him and Jadis's relationship and how she's trying to, I guess, you know, deal with her guilt of the things that she has to do now that she's part of the CRM and have a connection to her old self back home or whatever the fuck they were trying to say. Again, I don't care because I don't care about Jadis's ass, and I don't care about Father motherfucking Gabriel's ass either.
Nope.
So all of their scenes, I watched them. I didn't fast forward because I, wanted to see what they were talking about, but I was just like,
you wanted to fast forward though, didn't you?
I did. I really did.
I wanted a pair of really big scissors to find wherever the original is and just chop it out.
Yep.
Cut it out.
Stick it back, bit of super glue, stick it back to a bit of sticky tape, and it's gone forever.
But
Take out the annals of history.
We did need Jadis, though. I will say this, I admit. We did need Jadis, and we needed what happened to happen. But I don't understand why we had to have Father Gabriel in the mix. I just didn't need to have that.
I suppose there are a couple of things that came out of their interactions that actually were quite nice later.
Well, I mean, okay, so I get why they did it. I do get why they did Father Gabriel, because I think what they were trying to do is narratively juxtapose the community that's being built with CRM and the community that was, the Alexandria and those people in the previous cast, right? And while Jadis did save Rick wasn't a real tie to her and who she was as a person and what her motivations are. So they picked somebody who they thought like she had a dalliance with. So that would tie us to emotionally what she was struggling with, okay? Because she knows that CRM is shitty, but I think she's trying to justify, why she has made this choice with them. But then her psyche struggles with, because in order for CRM to exist, they have to go and literally just seek out and murder. We know them as Alexandria, but as we saw with the Michonne of it all, was that they're finding all these groups, and these are people who have made it this far into the apocalypse. They are communities. These people love each other. They're decent people. People are getting pregnant, having babies, and society is kind of organically starting up again, but they are killing the organic society so that they can have their manufactured society. So I think what they're trying to do is show that juxtaposition through the character of Jadis. The problem is, did Jadis talk to nobody else? Maybe they should have made another person for Jadis, because I would do anything to not see Father Gabriel ever again. No offense to the actor. He can be in any movie. Nope. He can be in one of my movies. Okay. He's a great actor. But Father Gabriel is one of the worst characters to ever exist in the history of I don't need to see him again ever. And so whatever they're trying to do gets lost on me, because all I see is him and that milky eye, and I'm like, kill it and kill it dead. Okay. I don't care how deep you're trying to get right now. I'm missing the whole thing, because I'm now focused on that you put this man back in my face.
Thank you. That's what I was focused on too. And it took the second viewing for me to go, okay, I get, like, we needed to have these conversations because we needed to get to this. But I just didn't like that, the way that we had to get to it.
Correct.
Well, and I think it might be a good time, I think, maybe, but just a little bit of background. I mean, listen, I'm probably going to butcher this, and there'll be some hardcore listeners or watchers who love The World Beyond, and God love your souls if you do. But so if anyone wants to put some comments and expand on what I'm talking about and make it a bit better and clearer and more correct, please do. I would love to hear it, and because it didn't make a whole lot of sense. So you've got the Civic Republic, and then you've got the Civic Republic military. Mm-hmm. So originally, obviously they were kind of the same thing, but the military were meant to get them safe, create some communities. Then they were meant to hand all the control back to the Civic Republic and the politicians and the people within that power structure. So it's not like the president from the United States or anything like that. These are people who've been voted in and everything. It's very democratic. But the military have decided they don't want to give back power. but they can't operate in the Civic Republic cities. So the world beyond sits basically just outside of Omaha. There is a separate campus called it's called the campus colony, sorry. And basically there are very irritatingly intelligent children who attend there, and professors and everything else. And the main story arc is that one of the main professors has been borrowed by the military in an exchange program for a soldier to keep them safe, or two soldiers. Well, it's sorry, spoilers. One soldier to keep them safe. So they've done like a little swapsies, and he gets over to this development facility in which they are experimenting on A's. So this blew my mind. Sorry, go on.
No, keep going.
Yeah, so I mean they're doing lots of experiments. One of them is they're experimenting with fungus to speed up the decomposition of the zombies to make them die faster. So in the world beyond, there's a lot of them that are merged with trees and merged into the ground and everything else, and they've got kind of flowers and fungus growing out of them as part of that. They're doing other trials, but part of it that's the super secret that nobody knows is that they are experimenting on whether different types of people have different traits, or whether people are more resistant to a zombie bite. So we were so close. Jadis originally said she had a B. She had an A, and it was Gabriel.
What?
It was. Do you not remember at the trash heap and everything else? She was originally, when she was on the walkies, she was going to give up Gabriel.
Really?
And then can't do it. Yeah. Then she scrambles. Then there's the whole. Yeah, as an A. Then she scrambles. Still needs to get out of the chopper because they're just like, if you haven't got anything for us, we're not coming to get you.
Yeah.
And she says, I've got a B. So she actually does Rick a solid, or else she had to get in. She had to get in. She wanted to get back, but she uses Rick, who obviously is, recognized, and he's a super killer, and he's going to go up through the ranks. So she rides the tails of that, but identified as an A, he would have been experimented on to see whether certain people are more resistant to zombie bites versus less, which then justifies their culling of Bs.
But see, here's the problem I'm having with this series, if I'm allowed to say it, the series as a whole, not just this episode. And that is Rick and Michonne, those two people, the second they walk in the room, and I'm not even part of CRM, I'm like, clearly they're A's, okay? Do you not know an A when you're looking at
just the way they look at you, the way they walk.
Rick and Michonne can walk in talking about good morning, and you're like, A, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like,
which makes sense. Okafor makes sense in that regard because he recognized that, and he's trying to change the CRM so that they allow A's to come in and be leaders, which explains that person. What I'm tripping about, first of all, with that, Sarah, is that she had Gabriel as an A.
Well, she needed something, so maybe I don't know whether
lie on that one too. Apparently, she was lying all the way around because Gabriel was definitely not an A. Back then, he couldn't save his fucking self. He just basically ran from the zombies when they came.
Yeah, she was scrambling, but then couldn't give up Gabriel. I mean,
she liked his ass, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she didn't.
And
Gabriel might be packing some heat we don't know about because I don't see these women. Like,
that has to be it. That has to be it.
Because, I know this was for television, so maybe they cut the scenes where we see the true strength of Father Gabriel. Because didn't he even have a girlfriend in the church? I mean, he's like, there's like...
I don't get it.
Oh, gosh, that's hilarious.
But, so you mean we could have gotten rid of him then?
Yes. So,
it's his fault.
Sorry, go on.
So it does make sense that, well, I will say this. I did like the conversation they had, him and Jadis and whatever the hell, when he reminded her, which I think she always has remembered, how Rick, brought her in. He didn't kill her when he had the chance several times, Jadis, I mean, and was thinking that she would be able to change. And I think that that's why all these years, she first of all lied because she needed to get in. But all these years when he's been trying to escape, she's always been there to remind him, like, look, you doing that is going to reflect badly on me. Now that Michonne is here, you definitely can't run off because they're going to figure out where I got you from, where I was, what I did. I mislabeled your ass on purpose to keep you alive, to kind of repay you for saving my life. So it kind of helps bring that back home. Like, this is why she's so adamant about they gotta die.
Because if she'd have said he was an A, he'd be dead.
Right.
If she'd have said he was an A, he'd be dead.
Experimented on or something. But in a this season, I can't remember who it was. One of my previous guest hosts mentioned, like, what are they doing something to these A's? I can't see that they're just going and killing them. Like, maybe the lower ranked people think they're dying, but obviously they're doing something. They're taking them somewhere. They're doing something with them.
Yeah, so they've got like this secret research facility, and basically it's a little bit like X-Men-y kind of thing where they're trying to take the brightest minds into this research and development facility, but the CRM destroyed Omaha. And they destroyed the research facility, the campus colony. They destroyed both of those things. And I think I'm right in saying that basically they're saying that it was no longer self-sufficient in that how they're justifying it to themselves is that, it was too many people were sick. They were a drain on resources and everything else. But the Civic Republic, as far as I'm aware, don't know the military because basically they slaughter everybody. They go in, just kill everyone. And on the orders of this Lieutenant Colonel Bird, who reports into General Locke, I'm sticking with Locke, General Beale, and he's it's saying the orders are coming from him, so I'm going to assume that's correct. So what they do is they slaughter everybody, but then they blow holes in the walls, and they basically are like leading herds with helicopters. So they lead them to and then let them go through. So it looks as if the walls were broken. And then it's kind of used as a propaganda piece of how much you need the military because we've just lost and everyone wears black armbands because of the loss of Omaha and everything else. But it's that's what they kind of say through that.
That's really interesting. I have to say, though, one of my favorite moments in this series so far, and I don't remember what episode it is. I want to say it was the previous one where one of the characters, it was either Jadis or the other lady from South Africa, described a person who is an A, described a person who's a leader. And they were saying, you're the person who will ask, why is it like that? Why can't we do this? Is it fair? And these questions come from you innately. That's just who you are. And, I always love to play around with the concept, and I guess it's a truth, that leaders are born, right? Leaders are born, and I don't want to say you can't make a leader, but if in the absence of making, one will arise because they are born. Now, one of the things I do question, and when you were talking about the experiments and stuff, because the question that I have is, are they born in a vacuum, right? So if you have removed all the leaders and there are no A's, there's only B's, will a B arise inside, will an A arise inside a group of B's?
And I think that goes into the next scene a little bit, which is down to the tasty nudes or tasteful nudes, in which you kind of see Rick, because I can't remember which one of your podcast episodes it was. It might be in a couple. Sistah K, you were talking about the fact that Rick never really wanted to be the leader. He wasn't like, oh, I'm in charge of this now. I mean, he wasn't going to let Shane run the ruse because he wasn't the right person, but he will step into the void. But how chilled Rick looks with Michonne taking the wheel. He's funny.
Right?
He's funny.
Well,
right. And I noticed that too. Like their whole montage of them driving through the countryside, which that was beautiful scenery.
Oh my God.
Which I didn't notice until like the second viewing that clearly said when they were eating their noodles, Wyoming, because I was like, are they still in Colorado? Where are they at? But anyway, But the fact that she's driving, it's like she's the one that's stopping. He's letting his hand go through the breeze. He's looking at Carl on the phone, which that was a really cute scene.
And just on that, Michonne got that for him, right?
Yeah. That artist that was talking about he could never.
Yeah, she described
it
to him, and he drew it, and then she could give it to Rick to bring.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes. I thought he was never properly. I quite like the fact that they didn't labor over the why, but I was like, she did get that done. Okay, that's not just me. Okay, thank you.
I love that scene though, where she's driving and he's looking out the window, and then he pulls out the phone to look at Carl.
Yeah, 100%.
A little bit. I love all those little bitty things like that they're doing to remind us, like, this is what you would be thinking about, even though
they've been in a car together.
They've driven
in a car.
Yeah.
They've driven in a car with Michonne driving, and Rick was in the passenger seat, and Carl was sat in the back. Like, that was so sweet. So sweet. I love that.
You know what? I mean, like, okay, God help me, and I shouldn't admit this, but I spend far too much time on Twitter and the social media of the world's arguing with people. And one of the things that is a hot topic nowadays, and I'm not calling anybody out, but is the talk of alpha dogs. And I always said, fictionally, if you really want to see a true alpha, Rick is a true alpha. And the thing about a true alpha, and going to what you were saying, Kelsey, is that, I'm sorry, Sistah K, is that it's not something they guard jealously, right? And see, they don't want to be the leader. They are the leader. People gravitate towards them because they see what they do. Rick is always good. See, that's the thing about Rick. Rick is always going to do what Rick is going to do, whether everybody else is in or not. He's always going in the direction he's going in. And what happens is people follow him because they know what he's about. Now, the thing with Shane, okay, so, I'm sorry, Sarah, you don't know this about me because you're not an OG. I'm Shane's girlfriend, and so and I'm a Shane apologist. But you know what I will say about Shane, because I think Shane gets a really bad rap, because I really feel like the dynamic that went down between Shane and Rick is not that one was good and one was bad, but that they were two equal types fighting over the same bone. Her name was Lori, by the way, and that because Rick and Shane coexisted peacefully for years.
Yeah.
Okay. They were best friends.
Yeah.
So it's not like, Shane was evil and Rick hangs out with evil people. They were friends for years. They coexisted for years. The problem is they started fighting over the same thing, which brings back to your point, how comfortable he is with Michonne doing the driving, Michonne doing the leading, Michonne doing the killing, because like I said, that alpha position is not something they're guarding jealously. He doesn't care. As long as that person is doing what he would have be done,
right?
He's cool with it.
I think that's Rick to a T.
And so that's who Rick is. And I'm sorry, but I laugh because one of my favorite scenes in Walking Dead history was when we're talking about feral Rick. Remember when they were on the road and Rick had just gone completely feral, and so
I love Crazy Rick.
Yeah.
But there was like one scene, Michonne is pretty chill, but where they differed on what they wanted. And Michonne was like, look, I'm getting out of here. And Rick was trying to growl, but all she did was look at him and he just had to go back and pout. because inherent has always been in a fight between Rick and Michonne's going to win. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And that's because those are two alpha dogs too. She's an alpha dog too, and she's chill with everybody else. But she's like, if I have to fight you, I will, and I will win.
But it's like
but I will get it done.
Exactly.
And you said it in previous podcasts, and it really rang true with me, which is that Michonne can say more with one look than any of those showrunners can write in a season. Do you know what I mean? With one look, and when she so when she first loses her temper with Rick, she's like, take that stupid hat off. She pulls it off his head. And then take those stupid clothes off. She's just like, enough. But she doesn't even she just looks at him. And that is enough. She doesn't need a war of words. She's not going to turn around and argue with you or who's right or who's wrong. You are talking nonsense. I'm not wasting my breath. You need to have a word with yourself, love.
Exactly.
I love that scene so much because she was so irritated and he was doing all that yakety yak yakking. And she was just looking at him like, really? I'm not even talking to your ass right now.
You're wasting my breath.
I'm not wasting my breath because you're clearly going through something. And then she was silent and she went on, and that's when she was pissed. And that's when she started really trying to kill up them damn. She couldn't hide the fact that she's like, I'm not hiding anymore. I feel like that's what she was trying to say to him. Oh, you can do all you want to do. Try to get me to leave you. Try to tell me blah blah blah. No, I'm who I am, and they're not doing right. They're a lot alike, but she does hers quiet. She does hers a lot more thoughtfully and quietly without losing her shit.
And she's so consistent. Like Michonne is so consistent. Like I feel as though, lots of characters have had different, stories and growths. Like Daryl's character's arc is actually beautiful. Do you know what I mean? Until he starts just getting annoying. But his story arc is incredible. Carol's is incredible.
Yes.
Like people have got really good story arcs, but almost the most consistent and flexible within, like with a flexibility within that it's Michonne, I think. If you think about it from when she first rocks up with, I can get my way in here, but I'm going to trade my way in with the baby formula at the prison fence. And then she comes in and she's like, you don't trust me? Okay, she'll go quiet. Do you know what I mean? She doesn't have these big highs and lows. She's super consistent, really grounded. I would say, probably guarded, but only because you have to work for it. Do you know what I mean? And she knows her value more than probably anybody else. Such a great character.
I actually had a problem with that scene though. Where she was like yelling at him because.
Which one?
From the previous episode where she was trying to like yell at him because she felt like she wasn't getting through to him. Because I was watching the whole thing thinking, Michonne and Rick operate. Please forgive me on this. They operate almost more like a dog pack because dogs don't vocalize that much. Michonne you're talking about with the one look. Rick doesn't really listen that much to her words. Rick will follow her on instinct, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, all this yelling at Rick, he's not hearing. I said, all you got to do to get him is just walk away because he will on his instinct. See, that you're dealing with his intellect and his training and his brainwashing and all that stuff. That's not who Rick is anyway, okay? If you really want to get to Rick, deal with his actual instinct. And his actual instinct is always to follow Michonne. And if you want him to follow you, Michonne, stop talking to him. Just walk away. He will follow you. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether that's a great point. And I wonder whether perhaps the amount of time that had passed and him being so different, maybe that's why she was like, I need to do something different. I don't recognize him. I don't know. Maybe that it pushed her to doing that because that's not in her, like you said, it's not in her character. Like, do you know what I mean, at all? So maybe it was because he was so unfamiliar, because ultimately she does. And to your point, he follows. Mm-hmm. So maybe it was that uncertainty because he was, I mean, as you've said in every podcast, and I've been like, I hear that, manic.
Yeah.
Absolutely manic. So maybe that's why. But yeah, it wasn't in her character. 100%.
Yeah, and she says that. I don't know who you are. She says it a couple of times. I don't know who you are. And it's so true. Like, this is not the Rick.
Because he's just not doing as he's damn well told.
Okay.
You know what's good for him, right?
Yeah.
Just shut up, do as you're told.
But I do think Michonne has had an arc. It's just been subtle.
Yes.
Oh no,
I love how they've let her with this relationship with Rick. Well, really starting out with the relationship she had with Carl first, and then morphing into the relationship with Rick, how they let her soften and she's a strong woman, but letting her other sides come out with the relationship that she has with people that she loves and cares about. And I don't know that could have been portrayed as well without Carl and Rick and her relationship with them, because there wasn't anyone else.
Andrea.
I feel like that she would have connected with.
How dare you utter that name?
No,
Andrea.
No. Well, yes, you're right. She had that with Andrea, but Andrea
Yeah.
did not have that with her, which is why
No.
Andrea was dead to me at that
Oh,
moment.
look, Andrea.
Dead.
And I always felt as though Andrea was that cheerleader who expected to be with the quarterback.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Like, because
Yeah.
she was on Rick like flies on shit.
And then
Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? The
and then she went
minute,
to
like, that's
Shane,
exactly, because it
her
was just
second
like, what?
best that she could
Yeah,
do.
but and you know, she took to herself under Michonne. And listen, that personality type, if she's going to get you surviving, go do it. But it was that expectation and that kind of entitlement that I felt as if she carried with her. That yeah, when she died,
But
I
then
know.
she called the governor,
And
and
that
then
exactly, and she's straight in, and
stigmatized
dumps Michonne.
straight in, dumped Michonne.
Dumps Michonne.
Didn't heed any of the fucking warnings that she saw. None of the red flags registered with her ass because she had this dude. All because of this
there's
dude.
the new quarterback. There's the new quarterback.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm the cheerleader.
exactly. That's why I was like, oh no. To me, I get that. To me, The Walking Dead is one show that has jacked up female characters through so much throughout the life cycle of this. It's true. There are so many female characters women characters on this show that they have basically boiled them down to hoes. That's what they're boiled them down to. They don't have any depth to them besides trying to follow behind some man to save them and protect them and to be for them so they don't have to rise and do that for themselves. And I don't like that.
Because I think I'm right in saying, and God, I'm going to apologize to all the listeners and viewers that are out there. I am so sorry if I've got this wrong. But I think in the graphic novels, Andrea had Michonne's storyline. So she got together with Rick. She was his right-hand man and everything else. So obviously it went in a different direction for whatever reason. But yeah, they destroyed that story arc. I mean, I didn't like Michonne anyway. Oh my goodness. I didn't like Andrea anyway. But yeah, from a storyline perspective in the graphic novels to how they destroyed it in the TV show.
I think because this has just always been my take, because that's what I felt. I think the chemistry between those two actors is just explosive. You put Denai Guerrera and Andrew Lincoln in a room together, and yes, he's a married man. I'm not trying to take away from that at all, but I think when you come across true organic chemistry between actors, like they just explode on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
I think it became very clear to people who were brave enough to let it happen that we can pivot in this way. So let's give Michonne Andrea's storyline, because clearly something in Andrew Lincoln needs to be Denai Guerrera. That wasn't the case with him and the actress who played Andrea.
Yeah, that could be.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, between her, I think Maggie's another one that has a better arc like that too. And Carol, definitely Carol. Yeah. But other than that, a lot of those other Sasha, another one.
They destroyed Rosita.
Yeah, they did.
Rosita was badass.
She was
when we first met her, and then
I think they really missed an opportunity with that character, with Rosita. Yes. I didn't particularly because I don't know if you heard me growling when you said Carol. So Sarah, I hate Carol. I have always hated Carol. I love Melissa McBride because I think she plays perfectly. But Carol, oh my God, I hate that woman because I don't like her as a person, but I love her as a character because she's like a X Factor. She's like this chaos agent. Because you really don't know, you think you do, but you really don't know what she's going to do from minute to minute. And that's why I liked and hated Carol all at the same time. But Rosita, she was a person I didn't particularly like, but I respected something about her. Because there was a deep intellect and agenda with how she operated when she came in with
Abraham.
And I also found it very poignant when he broke up with her in a really brutal breakup. I mean, I loved Abe, but I was like, really, dude? Really?
Right.
But when he broke up with her, I think she was surprised by how attached she had gotten to him. I don't think she knew she was starting to have feelings for him for real. So her feelings truly got hurt in that. But I really did want to see a development of Rosita, because she did make the choice to associate with men who could protect her and who could, she said it herself, teach her skills.
Yeah.
What I thought would have been cool is to finally get her to this point where she's no longer the student. She has become the master. She knows she has these skills now.
Yes. And what else did they use her for? So Eugene, I know that there's many different opinions on Eugene. I respect all of them. But basically, it was some weird love triangle because Eugene loved Rosita. I was like, I hate this for her. I hate this for her. Because at the same time, it also ran the opposite of the great point you were just making, which is that technically he's a genius. There are things she could learn from him. So in her personality type and in her character type, you would think that she'd be like, I can learn electronics from him, I can do this. But instead, it's just this weird love. What utter waste. It infuriates me.
And they couldn't develop or bring in a male character who was a good match for her. They kind of just threw her at any available B character, and I didn't think that was a smart decision.
D and E and F character, Father Gabriel, and then that doctor, that random. I can't remember
who died.
Sadiq.
Thank you. Yeah. But there was some great. Anyway, sorry, we got way off topic.
Yeah, we did. But
I do think that Michonne's, love of Carl and love of Rick allowed her to show, and she doesn't have to be vocal with it, but to show that love and become softer in her. I don't know if soft is the right word, but just show that love that they didn't have her showing any emotion and stuff in the earlier seasons, because she was trying to survive and be strong and deal with the loss that she had. But same with everybody else, and they just showed it differently. But I loved how they let her kind of change how she was able to
at her own pace.
Yes.
And at her own pace. You didn't feel rushed or forced.
I think they allowed something, to me, it came across that tough guy. They always portray the tough person as someone who is lacking emotion. But it's actually through the character of Michonne, you see this, and also through Rick, and even through Shane, that it's not they lack emotion, it's that emotion actually gets them to this toughness. It's like what they become because of the pain and whatever it is that they've experienced. And what Carl, I thought that, honestly, I truly, as much as I love Michonne, that's how much I loved Carl and Michonne, right? It's a different, Carl and Michonne. It was a different relationship, but I loved their relationship because I feel like Carl's role was she became this automaton because she shut down because of the level of emotion, right? She lost everything that she truly loved. But Carl, oh my God. So Regina King just had a wonderful interview where she was talking about the death of her son. And she said, she used the phrase, which I've heard before, but it's still a great one. Grief is love with nowhere to go. Right. And Michonne was walking grief. Okay. But Carl gave her love somewhere to go. And that's when we saw Michonne come back to life. And that's why I will always love my favorite times of that show were that Carl, Rick, and Michonne of it all. And I love that I think it was this episode actually, that Rick basically said, I was in love with my son's best friend.
Yes.
And didn't quite know what to do with that, because that's a very interesting dynamic, right? That he loved Carl enough to not take her away from him.
Yes.
In his lust or desire or whatever he was, classifying it at that moment, but that what they all three of them had together was very powerful, and it fit. It all fit. I love them. I'm sorry. I'm starting to.
No,
that takes us back into the store. Actually, you having given that scene example was, the necklace and the RJ, the junior license plate, and that's where he says to Michonne that beautiful quote of, "You are my son's best friend."
I love that too.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep saying it, but I love how they keep bringing Carl back into the conversation, as it would be.
Because it was a shared loss.
They should be. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why people gave up on the show too, because once that was so abrupt, first of all, that him dying.
Oh my God.
But then there was no mention of him, hardly. No, like it's like everybody just went on, and we had that time jump, and then nobody's talking about him.
And we didn't get a chance to mourn him.
Thank
either.
you. Hello.
That's what it is. That you nailed it. We didn't get enough time to mourn him the way we should. He was such an integral. I mean, even when he was annoying, he was still an integral part of the show.
So annoying.
So annoying.
Wasn't he though?
But he was still our baby. You know how
he was our baby Carl.
It's like, I really can't stand you, but yes, I do love you, right? I would never want to see harm come to you. But I do want to slap the shit out of you. Right. I do need you to take a time out. But yeah. That's
so
exactly
true.
it.
It's exactly it. And that episode episode 4, where he finally admits what's actually going on, and they have the flashbacks. And I don't normally bawl like that watching TV.
I heard you. I was there.
Bawling. I was like, hiccup, being like, oh my gosh, I don't know where that came from, because we did not get a chance to say goodbye to that character properly. And them showing Rick walking with that little bitty baby Carl. Ooh.
Baby Carl, yeah.
And then later when he put the little hat on his head, when he had the patch.
Yeah.
The grown-up Carl, or as grown-up as we got of Carl, all of it just hit me in here. And I'm like, this is what we've been needing the show to do. Acknowledge the fact that this was a very, first of all, pivotal character to the show, but this was his baby, his son.
And the fact that Michonne was able to give Carl back to Rick.
Right.
Yes. Because she could have thrown that phone at any point in time. That was in her pocket. She didn't know that that's what they'd taken from him. She didn't know that, because he left until the last second, buildings falling down around their ears, to finally say what the big hit was that had sent him loop-de-doop, and just what he said, I've learned to live whilst I'm dead, or whatever was that. And in that moment, I mean, she probably picked it up as it's weird there isn't a Carl one. I'll just get this one knocked up. Do you know what I mean? And I'll give it to him as a present or whatever. But in that moment, again, because she's intuitive, and she lost Carl too. That shared loss, and in that moment,
that's what I was going to say, because he felt he lost Carl and he was losing her, but the truth of the matter is Carl lives in her, in Rick's. Michonne represents not just Michonne, his love, but she also represents Carl. Carl lives in her too, and they both lost Carl, and she understands not just from the actual interaction with Carl, but what Carl meant to her was partly because she had lost her son too. So this part of Rick that is embodied in Carl, she's part of that. You know what I mean? So when
that memory and that emotional connection.
Yes. But I will say, here's one fault I have had with this current series. And I feel like this episode finally, I don't know if we're on track yet, but one thing that has always bothered me through this current series is how much they're not showing the level to which the children are the driving factor and are the motivation for these characters. Because
I don't think they are.
Well,
that's how the show comes across, isn't it? They're not the driving motivation, which is crazy. It's crazy.
Which is crazy because honestly, if you think about it, I mean, if you go OG, Carl was Rick's motivation. Yes. Every single thing that Rick did, everybody he killed, everything he did, every place he moved, everything.
Keep Lori and Carl safe.
Rick is a wonderful father. His fatherhood is what makes Rick Rick. Rick is vicious as hell because he is protecting his cubs. That is who he is. Michonne is the same. So it was like, why are we at episode 5 and they're just now talking about their children? Why are we 2 episodes with Rick and Michonne together and she hasn't brought up that a whole other baby came into being?
Well, and I agree with you, but I do think it was purposeful because she could see he was not
Her timing.
in the right. And I know a lot of people hate that. A lot of people hated that part too. Like that should have been the first thing that came out of her mouth when she found him. I found you. The baby, Judith is fine. And oh yeah, you have a son. But I think she knew, she could tell this was not the time. First of all, they didn't have a lot of time at that first meeting. But then later, when she saw how deeply he was in that CRM, and he was totally different than the Rick she knew. She was already clocking that this is the off Rick. This is the off Rick that I had to knock upside the head that day with that can of tomatoes.
Yes.
Because he was spiraling out. This is the Rick that I can't bring that up right now. And also, like she said in that room, I lied. I don't actually know that Judith is okay.
I know that was, oh my God, that
tell
confession.
Him that back when they were in that CRM compound.
God knows what he'd done.
Right. And so she couldn't tell him about RJ then. She couldn't until.
And I think as well, could you imagine that what you would want that conversation to be? Like in your head, I find him, there's a campfire, we're eating tasteful nudes, I've got toothpaste or whatever. You know, she's probably built up in her head, as anybody would. I'm going to find him. He's going to be, oh my God, I've been ill. Yeah. And they're going to sit down and they're going to have this evening of romance and everything else. And she's going to say, look, I've got some amazing news for you. I know this might be a little bit, you've got another son and another son. Do you know what I mean? But then she turns around, can't see any pictures of Carl anywhere. He hasn't been sketching any of those out. She's like, what is going on? Like, everything must have been destroyed for her. Do you know what I mean? All of those hopes and dreams. And then she admits, and she had to face up to the reality in that moment that she doesn't know how the kids are. But her timing, like her weight is sitting on that. She must have been, oh my God, how hard.
But you know what line I felt was like, I don't know, I felt they should have made it bigger because the line like literally hit me to my core when she picks up that little axe and Rick was like, you think he'd like that? And she says this word that I think is one of the deepest things I've ever heard, where she said, no, he can handle that because they are us. Our kids are us. And it makes you think, at that moment, I was like, oh yeah, Judith is fine. I don't know where she is. I don't know what has happened. Judith is fine. Why? Because they are us. They are them. Yeah. And as Jadis said, you two together are unstoppable. Well, what are those kids? Those two together.
They're together. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so the end of the world will be Judith and RJ.
Yeah, and let's face it, like, yeah, they're in the hands of Gabriel as far as it, but we don't need to worry about those kids with Gabriel. That's why he's left to look after them, because the reality is, let's just give him something to do so he feels useful. Because or else he's going to get himself killed.
The kids are going to protect him.
Yeah, the kids will deal with it.
Right.
Right.
It's one of those ones where, you know, when you say, oh, can you look after your brother or your sister or whatever else? It's like you're looking at the sibling like, please keep them out of trouble because they're going to do something stupid.
Right.
So,
right,
but hey, this is your job. Look after this can of peaches.
Right. Exactly. just let them be. They'll be fine. Just so we have eyes on them.
Yeah.
Was that something that happened after? Okay, I made it through to, I guess, how many seasons were there? 11 in total?
11.
Okay, so I made it through to 10 and a half. Okay, so I got...
Wow.
Yeah, because I came back in, I had stopped watching completely. And then I heard Carl died. No, I might have stopped. Yeah. And then I heard Carl died and I was like, I wonder what's going on. But I didn't start again. But then when they said Andrew Lincoln was leaving the show, I don't know. I said I couldn't. I had to see my Rick off. Okay.
Yeah.
I had to see him off. Yeah. So I actually caught back up to there. And then the time jump happened. And actually, I'm one of the few people, I found it very intriguing. Little Miss Judith wearing Carl's hat and Rick's 45. I was like, if you don't go with your bad self. But so I did continue watching, but somewhere around 10 and a half, I was like, I just can't. I actually don't care anymore. I don't care. Because then Michonne left. And then
they destroyed another female character, Princess. One of the, it was, do you know what?
Never seen her.
Princess was, so basically like kind
She
of
must
crazy
have come in
hair.
season 11.
Like, so she
10,
grew.
10.
She joined with the group. There was Luke the musician.
Oh, that
There was a
was the
couple
girl I saw
more.
in the city with the crazy hair and the
Yeah.
colorful
So
outfits. Okay, I
obviously,
do remember her. Okay.
so she'd gone a little bit nuts, just being on her own, as anybody would.
Yeah.
She'd mannequins as her pretend friends. But there was one episode when they reached the Commonwealth, and basically they've come asking for help, and they lock them in these train carriages on their own.
Mm.
Honest, the whole episode is basically Princess losing her mind in that train carriage because she's stranded again. She thought she had friends. I honestly, absolutely mesmerizing what the character did, like the actor, incredible, really good work.
Oh,
And then
wow.
they destroyed her character, another female character that they just threw to the dogs and just wrecked it because, again, she was intriguing. She was really kind of vulnerable, but with a strength that's brought her through that.
Mhm.
And then, yeah, they wrecked that as well. But some of the things that she did in that episode were.
I saw the introduction of her, but I did not make it as far as to see that part. So, but the question I was going to ask is, I thought that Michonne had left the kid with Daryl. When did Daryl transfer them to Father Gabriel?
So it wasn't really an official handover. But Daryl, Michonne's gone. So first of all, she wandered off and then decided to help that bloke on that weird island, and he'd killed a load of scientists. There's a very strange side quest.
Yeah.
And then that's the point in which she finds Rick's boots and then decides she's not coming back. So there had been already a period of time where she was held captive by him, the crazy guy. And then she was going to move, and then she was like, I'm going to go and find him. So a lot of time had passed. And once, so Ezekiel took over the Commonwealth eventually. There's lots of fights, lots of nonsense, some knockoff David Morrissey governor type bloke that was shit. But eventually it all comes around and Ezekiel's now the king. And Daryl's right, okay, this is actually a really sturdy community. They've got a military arm. They've got strong walls. We some people decided to stay in Alexandria, I think in Hilltop, or maybe just Hilltop at this point, but that's all happened. So this is at the point in which there are strong arms around Judith. And I think I'm right. I can't remember. Help me out, Kelly. Does she tell Daryl that Rick's alive? I don't think she does she? Because Michonne has told Judith.
When she leaves?
She does. She doesn't tell him, does she?
I think she does. I think she says she's going looking for Rick.
I don't think she directly.
Because remember, Daryl didn't think he was dead either, because both of them had been looking for signs
and didn't see bodies
of Rick being dead, be it a walker, be it a body part, be it anything, and they never found any sign of Rick. And Daryl's a tracker, and so when she said that she felt that Rick was still alive because of some evidence, but I don't remember what. I think.
Oh no, he did. He did. That's what took him to France. I'm so sorry. Yeah, she did tell him. So, and that's why in the awful show of the Daryl Dixon spin-off, that's how he ends up in France. He ends up following something, then he gets into some trouble. End up in
France looking for Rick?
I think he gets in trouble, ends up on a boat, and then like just gets himself in trouble, and then ends up being knocked off the boat, and then ends up in France. I can't remember. People are going to be kicking me listening to this. I'm so sorry. But yeah, but he does know. She does tell him. So Michonne says she finds Rick's boots, and Daryl goes off to find him, and then ends up in France being monosyllabic.
Which, if she's already out there looking, like if she's already out there looking, why are you going to take your own journey to look? I don't get it. They just want to get his ass over to France.
But yeah, but to answer your question, yeah, Michonne left the kids with Rick, with Daryl. But then Daryl decides to take off and leaves the kids to look after Gabriel. I mean, Gabriel to look after the kids.
You said it right.
But it's in a much more secure environment than they were in before, with the military and the security, and plus the Commonwealth has got fruit, it's got markets, it's got a democracy in place, it's thriving.
I didn't make it to the Commonwealth, so I don't even know
either.
No, it was very similar actually to the city that we saw in episode 4 or episode 3, sorry, in when Michonne's wandering around and there's fresh fruit and everything else. They are quite self-sufficient. They've built like the windmills and stuff, so they're advanced within that. So obviously they immediately take it over.
Dumb question. What city is that? I can't, because I got confused. I heard them say something about the Army of Philadelphia.
Oh no, that's World Beyond side of things.
No, I'm talking about in this series.
I think it's Philadelphia. It's supposed to be.
But then when I look at it, I swear it looks like New York. It looks like New York to me. It looks like the East River.
Well, no, I think they started as the Philadelphia Guards, and then grew from there with military. So I think that's where it started, but I think it then grew its own.
What city is that actually?
I think it's Philadelphia because they make a mention. Somebody, I think it's Jadis or Thorne, says, "Go back to Philly."
But okay, so here let me. I feel like I'm confused because it's a long kind of hike from Philly to the Pacific Northwest,
but they do talk about making stops because Jada said it, and they said it in episode 3 when they were taking Michonne on the helicopter. She's like, "What's out here?" And they talked about having to stop because you can't fly that far in a helicopter.
But I was gonna say, how long is a helicopter ride from Philadelphia to the Pacific Northwest? That's got to be
well, I mean
8, 10, 12 hours because the helicopter doesn't go as fast as a plane.
No, but they have to make stops to refuel and to rest and everything else. And then Jadis does say, when she finds them in that cabin. So then, she does say, I didn't want to stop the summit because that's apparently still going on. She took a helicopter, made a stop, and then she came on back to where she saw the hotel and the plane was rubble, and then saw that the yellow truck was gone. So
Rick and Michonne's children are somewhere in Virginia.
Yeah.
And they're just chilling out in the Pacific Northwest. How in the hell are they?
They're not chilling, but
No, they weren't chilling, okay? They were sitting in the cabin and just eating some oodles and noodles and having a good old time.
Having a good old time, honey.
Chilling.
I was just checking, and it's Philadelphia. Yeah. It is Philadelphia. So there are 3 other major locations, which is Omaha, Nebraska, and Portland.
Okay.
Which are the ones that and I spoke a bit about Omaha earlier, but yeah, I was just checking because I was like, I think it used to be, but no, it's still Philly.
So when they wrecked, I feel like they, if I remember geography, I didn't look it up, but so when they wrecked, they were probably kind of off course anyway to end up.
Well, no, because they weren't going because it's wherever this big summit is happening, right?
I thought that was in Colorado.
It might have been, though.
Okay.
And then when they wrecked because of the storm, maybe they went off into Wyoming instead. I don't know. I don't know that part. I do know that wherever they are, it's beautiful based on the scenery they show. And they're in some deep ass woods.
And they read that sign. And I don't know about you, but when they first go in, so obviously they've got all honeyed up. I love those scenes. And then they come across, they decide to go hiking. I didn't really understand why they went hiking. I'll be honest.
They were going to that cabin because she found the key in that.
Oh, so they were hiking. So
they were hiking to the cabin.
Okay. Thank you. Because I was like, surely they're just staying.
Because they parked in front of that lodge. And then remember when they were kissing and she found the key?
Oh, I just assumed it would have been within the lodge. Okay. That's my misunderstanding.
I think it's all part of that same park, but normally I would think the cabins would be farther apart. Well, apparently.
Okay. Got it.
They had
Remember, I'm in the UK. If it says a cabin, it's just in the same building. We're very small. So that makes more sense to me.
They had
but that's when she reads the
sucker. Yeah.
Right. That makes more sense. So but that's when she reads that sign. And I think it's at that point that because she was all the way gone on, we're going back home. But I feel that was in reaction to Rick's, we're going to stay, or I'm going to stay here. Like she just pulled in way the other direction. But I think it's when she reads that sign while they're hiking that I think it kind of echoes into her mind, which is, I think it's save the park from the people, save the people from the park, and save the people from the people.
Yeah.
Because she's just,
Well, okay. So do you guys, all right, here's a question I have from the story and, culminating in this episode. What do you think is going to be said in that briefing that they have? Because I really like, as I was watching Rick and knowing Rick's character as long as we have, I really felt this is not just somebody's spirit being broken. Rick doesn't break. I mean, he breaks in terms of sanity. We've seen Rick go crazy, but I mean, Rick is Rick to the core. I really feel like that talk that they have, there's something more sinister there. There's something deeper there. Like it's actual mind control. Um, because I just felt that Rick acted like he was under true mind control as opposed to just having his spirit be broken.
You mean by the CRM?
Yeah, like true. What's that called? What is the word? Brainstorming coming to me. Um, but you know what happened?
Well,
Brainwashing.
Brainwashing.
they
I
hadn't.
feel
He hasn't had that briefing yet that Thorne got,
Yeah,
but
but
you
I feel
remember?
like the briefing is the last part of it because, like,
Mm,
if you look at that lady character, the one from South Africa,
Thorne.
she was a little farther along than Rick was, right?
Yeah.
So at first, that she bonded with him because her actions were similar. She has a similar type nature. She was also trying to get away. She also was fighting to the death. That didn't work. Then, this was happening, and then that didn't work. So then she started changing how she started talking, like Rick has now started changing how he's talking, right? About how, well, I still have an agenda, but I'm going to move up in the ranks. I'm going to do this. And Rick started saying exactly the same thing that she was saying. But then when she finally had that upper echelon discussion, that's when she's all in. That's
Yeah.
when Jadis was all in when she had
Yeah.
that talk. And so
No, but
it,
I don't know. I think Jadis, and again, this is World Beyond based, but Jadis in the World Beyond basically slaughters people, betrays the. I think her name's Kublek, Elizabeth Kublek. She's the one who's getting the orders from Thorne. She turns her in to the authorities for the atrocities that the city didn't know about, so she can get into Beale's good books.
Mm.
And she's in the world beyond it. I'm not sure where this works with the timeline with Gabriel, to be honest. I'm confused. But she's bought into that point. And I think that's before the Echelon briefing, because she's not high enough at that point to have got it yet.
so here's what I'm kind of getting at is okay. So Okafor was about it till he had the echelon briefing, and there was still some of him left. He was still trying to do something, and then the lady from South Africa until she had the echelon briefing, and then Jada's referring to the echelon briefing, and then Jada said to Rick, they had scheduled you for the echelon briefing. And so what I'm kind of getting at is it feels like what you were talking about,
Mm.
like those type A's and the experimenting on them. I think Rick has been acting the way that he's been acting because he is in the experiment. Because Rick, all four of those characters are A's. They are clearly A's. Talking to them, you can see that they're an A. And these are not stupid people. I don't care that they got brought in as a B. You can clearly see that they're A's.
Do you know what? That could be super interesting if the Echelon briefing is actually a brainwashing,
Right.
because that's
So,
giving people hope to build up through the
correct.
ranks, getting
And
them to where they've got all the training, they've got everything they need, and then switch on the Clockwork Orange, hold your eyes open or whatever, and then mold them into what they want you to be
What?
with all that training they've invested in. That would be really interesting.
because and I also was calling BS on that when Jadis kept referring to her having this information that would go in her death. It seemed like on the surface it was a threat to expose and maybe bring to Alexandria, but to me, okay, I could be completely wrong, y'all, but it felt like Michonne and Rick are assumed dead. They don't back home. They don't know what is happening to Jadis. But what's about to happen? Michonne and Rick are not going to go get their children. They're going back to that place because that was the draw. They need him back. And in order to get into what they need to get into, they have to infiltrate that place, right? And by infiltrating, they pretend to be a part of it. And when they're pretending to be a part of it, that's when they get that echelon discussion. And Michonne said, we'll go back, you'll get the echelon discussion. It's the echelon discussion of it all. That's my conspiracy theory.
Oh, that's super interesting.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. I've talked a lot.
No. What were you going to say?
I thought what was interesting was when it came to Jadis or Anne or whatever we're going to call her now, keeping that dossier on Rick. I think that I took it as being weirdly, as the conversations happened and everything else, that was her holding on to herself. And maybe that's because she had the echelon briefing and that brainwashing had happened. Like Okafor kept a part of himself. Maybe that was Jadis trying to keep, like she kept that because it was useless to her. Do you know what I mean? It exposed her more than anything else. If anyone had found it while they're wandering out of each other's houses and picking locks and drinking each other's booze, it actually was a lot more risk than perhaps to keep it. But maybe because she starts talking about Alexandra being home and stuff like that as she's dying. So maybe the brainwashing is coming up. That's so interesting. So interesting.
I honestly don't. That's a great theory, and it's going to be interesting to see if that's true. I was thinking, I don't know that it's brainwashing, like specifically, you're going to do this in the future, whatever we think brainwashing is. But I do think that whatever they learn in the echelon briefing just reinforces the need for the CRM. And it does, I feel like it's giving them the bigger picture of what the CRM is doing. Like Jadis, Thorne, whoever might think that they're doing awful, like in the point that Rick and Thorne were before they got higher in the ranks, they had no idea except that they were killing zombies. They didn't know nothing. And then as they started getting higher up, they knew a little bit more, but I don't think they weren't part of the teams that would go out and kill.
And they
like
don't know
Rick
the 500-year plan.
Yeah. And like Rick said, they would leave and come back bloody, but I just did not think through purposely probably what they were actually doing. I know they were doing something, but didn't know what until Michonne confirmed it. But maybe when they get this briefing, they realize that what they're doing out there is the betterment of this community that they've built, the city that they've built. They're trying to rebuild the world. And so maybe it's like just leaning home more of what they've built up that nobody knows about because they're secret and they keep everything so secret. So I'm interested to see, like Jadis does say, so, we see Rick and them, just get back to the show real quick. We see Rick and them go to the cabin. They find some people. They save the people from getting ate up by these walkers that are basically.
But they do not get noodles for trying to kill them.
Right. And she takes the noodles back.
Oh, yes.
I like that. And I love Rick, like, really? She's like, yeah. And then later when they get to the cabin, he gives her that necklace that he made, took all the name off, just give her the M for Michonne. I too used to hate those things. I could never find my name. Now the name is everywhere, but when I was little, the name was nowhere.
Oh, mine's super common.
Yeah. But there was never any Kelseys anywhere until like recently. Now there's 5 million of them.
But then
y'all have actually reinforced it because I'm starting to think of all kinds of things because I actually believe, y'all, let me be crazy for a minute. I'm an internet conspiracy.
Tinfoil hats on. Here we go.
Tinfoil hat on. The more you said, the more, like when you said the 500-year plan and all that kind of stuff. Notice what happened with these particular characters that we've been introduced to. Okafor was changed when he got the whatever it's called. He killed his own wife, right?
That was before.
No, listen. He killed his wife before, and now he was part of the team, right? Because he believed in this mission. Because you guys said it, and I was like, ding, 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 ding. So this is tinfoil hat stuff, right? But when they put the plan of what is it called again? The
Echelon briefing.
When they learn about Echelon, they decide that Echelon is more important than their family.
Well,
That
no, so Okafor was a Marine and his
I
wife
know.
was a Marine.
Yes.
And the CRM didn't exist yet. It was still the Philadelphia Guard or whatever it was. And they decide that because the Marines and the military is just straight up killing people, he decides to kill the Marines, including his wife, instead of the innocents.
He killed he didn't kill. All right, so he did kill the Marines in that act he did, but that wasn't when he killed his wife. He killed his wife when they were blowing up that city because his wife wanted to stay with the city, but he said he had become convinced.
No, he said she sacrificed herself.
No,
But she
I
knew
think
what he was going to do. They'd talked about it.
yes, and I think Kelly is right though because yes, he was part of the Marines and the wife was too, but Philadelphia was supposed to be destroyed because they had bombed up LA, they had bombed up another city, I can't remember the name
Atlanta,
of
they did Atlanta.
And they were supposed to go bomb Philadelphia, and instead of bombing the city, he bombed where all the military people were that were about to
Yes.
go and clean up from the
Yes.
bombing of the city where his wife was stationed at. And
Yes.
that's what, but I do kind of agree with you, Kelly, now, because I think he did that after he had
been convinced of the bigger picture.
gone through that.
But so follow me here just a little bit. And I'm not saying I'm right. This is just where my tinfoil is going. It seems like the characters we've been introduced to, these A's, these people who are clearly A's, that which motivated them was what they ultimately gave up when they saw the bigger picture. And that to me represents the full intake of whatever I do believe it's like you were talking about the experimenting. I think they're experimenting on them because Rick was more than just Rick spirit broken. We've seen Rick spirit broken. We've seen Rick mad. We've seen Rick crazy. This is a different Rick altogether because I think Rick is being brainwashed because he's one of the A's. I think they've all being brainwashed. And I think it's beginning with Michonne. When Michonne, let me tell you, my bullshit meter went off when Michonne said, we're going back to there. Because now you have both these parents who have decided that before they go to their kids, they're going to go back and deal with these people. But it seems like what they have implanted in them is that all roads lead back to them. So, and that's what my tinfoil
I don't think
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know that that's true. I think Rick is not himself because of all of the times and the number of years he tried to get back. He tried to escape the CRM. He tried to go back to his family. And then every single time he got caught. And and then that last extreme time where he cut his own fucking hand off, thinking that shit was gonna work. Like, if he was in his right damn mind, he would have known that shit wouldn't have worked.
No, he wouldn't. Every plan he does is shit. Every plan. It had made as much sense to him as the last 100 plans. They're all terrible, let's face it. But I get your point.
But I think, I feel like them. So Michonne wants to go back to destroy it.
Yes.
Michonne wants to go back to destroy it so that they don't continue to kill people like Nat, who I loved.
Yes.
Kill people out there trying to survive who are surviving their own way, who didn't even know they existed. And they're just coming by and dropping little mustard bombs on them or whatever they're called, gas on them and killing them. They don't know if those people, like we said in another one, they don't know if those people are helpful doctors, if they're useful to the new world. They're just killing up folks. They don't know who the fuck they are. And why? Like, why are they doing that? And so I get Michonne's point of, no, we're going to go destroy this. But you're thinking Rick is okay with this because he wants to get back, because he's got something in his...
get back because Michonne has been there too. What I'm thinking is that all of their actions, everybody that we've seen is somebody who qualifies as an A in this amongst these people who don't tolerate A's. But so when you were starting talking about experience, I think once they've been exposed to this military, all their actions are actions they expect out of them. And like and I called bullshit on Rick being broken because if y'all remember the most horrible episode of the show when Glenn was killed, and the thing with what Negan was doing, which is why I never ever ever could get down with Negan. I don't care how nice you make him, okay? But what Negan would, his modus operandi was to grab the leader, the A, and break him down. And the thing with Rick would not be broken. He couldn't break. He was with Rick all night long, threatening everything he could think of to threaten. It really wasn't until he was threatening to kill Carl that Rick finally acquiesced, because Rick can't be broken like that. And so when I saw Rick and Michonne can't shake him, I said, "There's no fucking way Michonne can't shake him." Just seeing her should have shooken him, but there's more going on here than this. This is more than just garden variety. I didn't get my way. It's not going to work kind of thing. This is something deeper. And when you started talking, Sarah, about the experiments, that's when I was like, maybe this is what's going on. Tinfoil hat, Kelly. Sorry, I'll pull back.
No, man. Listen, I think it's intriguing, and it's interesting as well because when no, and kind of to your point as well. So in the cabin, so after they've come across the weird people, and they get back and they've taken back the noodles, they don't get noodles for trying to kill us. I did love that. So they're sat down, they've got their booze, and they're having a drink and they're sat chilling. And even at that point, Rick turns around and he says to Michonne, us against the world or saving it. So even at that point, he has not. I think that's one of the things. No, she said saving the people from the people when she read the sign. That was the one that she took away of the three. They're now sat in the cabin. Rick's like, yeah, it's us against. We're unstoppable. Yeah, it's us against the world or us saving it. So he hasn't moved on from that idea for whatever reason either. Because it struck me that he said that. I didn't catch it until the second time, really. And I was like, okay, so he hasn't fully let go of the fact that he could have moved up through and made a difference. So whether it was brainwashing or whether it was the only thing he had to hold on to, I don't know, but interesting points.
And remember one last part of my tinfoil, and then I'm going to totally put it down. But remember when Locke said his character was very interested in Rick and in Okafor. And he point blank asked Rick, is Okafor doing something he shouldn't be doing? Because I think what happens is they train these A's, but then their nature starts to re-manifest. Okafor seemed to be snapping out of it in a way. He was still in, but not completely.
Because we don't know whether he's got, I can't remember, maybe I'm wrong, but when they go to the junkyard or ruined city or whatever it is, and Thorne, Okafor, and Rick are sitting together, I don't remember him saying that he's put other people in roles of responsibilities to chat with. I remember assuming that he had, but I can't remember him saying that he's already done this with people. Do you know what I mean? So is it that he's got a load of people who are not brainwashed or you know what I mean, he's put in positions to get brainwashed, like however that works, whether it's tinfoil or not. I'm not sure whether he has been snapping out of it and that's why he then identified Thorne and Rick, or whether he's been doing this a while. I'm not clear on that.
Well, I mean, I wasn't like when Okafor was giving his plan to Rick, he wasn't citing anybody else who he had successfully done it with.
No, he didn't.
And the two people that he cited were the two people that we saw, and those two people were very similar people. And when he and Rick were fighting, he revealed that he's very much a Rick type. Okay, he was his own group's Rick, and the fact that what's his name, Thorne, is that Locke's name of the show?
No, Beale.
Beale. Okay, so
Beale.
I found it telling that Beale, we see him take an interest in Okafor, ask specifically about him, ask specifically about her, not Michonne, the other lady, South Africa lady,
Thorne.
Ask specifically about, she's Thorne.
Yes.
Okay, so ask specifically about Thorne, ask specifically about Rick, and then asked specifically about Michonne. And my whole thing is like, there's a common denominator here. Why
He didn't ask about Michonne, did he? He didn't ask Rick about Michonne.
He said he did.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah, Thorne says.
Oh, Thorne asked
17,000
Bill asked Thorne, sorry.
Yeah, out of
Sorry,
17,000 soldiers, he's asking about her.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant he asked Rick. Sorry, my fault, I misunderstood.
And so I feel like there's a common denominator because this guy who has all these troops, is he taking this interest in a whole bunch of them? We seem to have named the people who are the outliers.
Yeah, we've not met anyone else, have we?
Because to me, okay, on a logistics standpoint, and I'm not trying to sound brutal or ugly or heartless, but the truth of the matter is, if you really do fear certain types of people, there's no reason Rick should still be alive.
No.
Rick should have been killed a long time ago. Why do they keep bringing Rick back in and giving him even more power? Rick should have been dead. They should have killed him right then and there because they could see he's not going to roll over. The man cut his own hand off to get free. And so, and I think they knew who Michonne was from the second they saw her because they've done their research on Michonne, on who they've done their research on Rick, which leads to Michonne. Like Okafor said, that's not a common name. And so I think they knew her, they spotted her from day one. And so, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
It'll be interesting to see how how this plays out. I don't know that I buy the brainwashing thing, but I do wonder how they're thinking they're going to take down the CRM. I mean, it's a huge organization. Like, how do they think?
I mean, if you go to the summit, then you've got the chance to cut the head off the snake, I guess, in a logical perspective.
That's true.
To blow up the summit, you think?
Sure. Well, they've lined us up with the guy who, mind you, I suppose it's not at the city, is it? So the guy who knows the waterways is useless.
Still alive.
Well, no, but he can't do anything at the summit because he's like he can't help Rick to smuggle things in there or anything, I suppose. Yeah, I was just like, oh, so you're getting all the leaders in one place. That's convenient.
I mean, that would
now, do you know who'd have been useful in that? Nat.
Okay, hello.
Yes.
Hello.
That was the character I really liked.
And do you know what? If they do blow it up, if that is the plan and it's like take out all the leaders and everything else, if she uses that lighter with danger on it, I am going to be hollering. I'm going to be screaming.
Yes. And Michonne knows how to do a lot of that stuff. I'm sure he obviously
taught
a year
her. Together.
Right. They spent a whole year together. I'm sure he taught her.
Maybe.
How to even concoct some shit. So, that's an interesting theory. I'm going to be watching with that in my mind, but I honestly don't know that that's the case. But what I have been wondering.
Why this is a good season. This is why this is a good season because something like that is in the realm of
possibility.
Exactly.
Is it a teaser season? Do you think? Do you think if it goes over well, they'll do a longer series?
Someone's already said. I think Scott Gimple or someone has already said, "Oh, there could be a season 2," but who knows?
I mean, I don't think we're going to see the kids this season. So I feel like there's going to be another one. It might be a short season. I would like to see them get back to the kids.
Another 6 episodes. I wouldn't be mad at another 6.
Me neither.
I mean, if they try and make it another like 11 or 22 or whatever, then someone's got to get off the bus because no, thank you.
No. But
they're back in the cabin with the necklace. Oh, with the M on it.
I liked how she was like, booze.
What you
doing? What you doing?
I'm just working with what I've got.
You were working the hell out of it too.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And when he said that, I was like, oh, okay, Rick. I'm just working with what I got. I'm like, you got a lot, baby. Come on now with it.
Lover. Okay.
And then they have the fake out, of course, as to who was approaching the cabin.
Yes. Now, I did not have any thought that was Jadis, but now that after it came up, I was like, duh, of course it was her. But the fact, like when they went to undo the little snare, the trap that he had set up, I was like, it has to be somebody who knows how to look for that kind of thing. So I don't know why it didn't occur to me that it was her.
No, because
But
I was too busy. Like in my head, I was like, well, it's not those stupid yokels who they just
no,
because they wouldn't have checked for a snare.
no.
So, but then the hood was up, so and they'd kind of like, is it fake out? Is it Gabriel? And I was like, but I'm sure he's quite far away. I'm so lost because they haven't had the first scene yet of Jadis and him
Like the
chatting, have they?
Gabriel,
So
They
I
did.
felt like the Gabriel flashbacks were not at all in the same time because
mm.
They
first of
weren't.
all, Gabriel was way back in Virginia. So unless he got on one of those helicopters,
Well, they
he's not out
weren't.
there
They
in
it
the north.
was 3 years, 2 years, 1 year apart.
Right.
Yeah.
So I didn't think that was Gabriel walking into where Rick and Michonne were
But they
now.
hadn't had the chat yet because straight after this is the first scene with Gabriel and Jadis.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see.
So at that point, we'd just seen Gabriel wandering around. We'd seen him stab a walker, start muttering the Lord's Prayer with a helicopter going
It's so
overhead.
annoying.
We know that the helicopters were near to Rick and Michonne. Like, are they there? So I think it was. I mean, he was irritating as a bit of a distraction, but this is where we see the first time of a number of years ago, Gabriel and
Mm,
Jadis
mhm,
talking.
mhm.
But he
I,
has no idea. He's totally surprised to see her. How the fuck did she even find him? Wandering around blessing water with his fake clergyman shit.
they had a meetup spot, right? That's what it was.
But not the
No,
first time. The first
No,
time
not the
was
first
just,
time.
I think she was tracking him, honestly. It had to be
Mm,
purposeful on her end
Yes.
because she knew where to go. I mean, she must have been following and watching him for a minute, I would think, to
Yeah.
know that he always came that direction. And I agree, it wasn't anywhere close to where they ended up, where she ended up, but obviously she'd been going back home often to notice where he goes to be able to catch him by himself, you know?
yeah, because he has no clue. When he looks like he's like, what are you doing here? Like
Yeah.
he's amazed that she's there.
And then I thought it was interesting when she said, it's okay. I'm just by myself. He's like, well, is that okay that you're by yourself? Like, I don't know. The way he asked it was like, is it like he still
It was
wasn't
so
like
weird.
relaxing? It was weird.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it was weird.
And Rosita
Uh,
was still alive at that point.
yeah, because he mentioned her.
Yeah, and I was just like, oh, okay, so kind of we know kind of where it. I didn't like it necessarily, but at least it gives us a clue as to where they are in the timeline of The Walking Dead. I mean,
Hmm.
I couldn't care less where Gabriel is, but at least we know where the other characters are, and like it's pre-CR, it's pre-Commonwealth, so yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't
But
know.
when
What did you think about the trio? Something about them.
I
I was
kept
calling bullshit
thinking,
on them.
I know, well, it ended up not being, but I kept thinking something was off with them too. The three people that they saved.
They were just a bit too bumbly for me because you got to feel like that far into the apocalypse for anyone who has survived has either a been under the protection of a large and strong force or they've become a Rick and Michonne. Okay, they are people who can be out by themselves and
Yeah.
survive. So why were they like
Well, I think the guy who peed himself and the woman, I think they were the bumbly ones, but the other guy was the one keeping them safe. Because I remember when they knocked him down, it's like, well, he's been the one that kept us going this long. But I'm thinking at this point, it's 10, at least
10
12
years into the
years since the
apocalypse,
apocalypse.
zombies and all
Y'all,
kinds of crap. Ain't nobody peeing nobody. Nobody's peeing themselves unless he's got like some sort of kidney disease. Okay, because there's no way Rick pulling a gun on him, some rando pulling a gun is not going to honestly scare
Do you
anybody
know,
at this
Rick
point.
and Michonne looked so bored.
didn't
Like when they pull
they?
the guns, they were like, "Oh my God,
Come
this
on,
They're
y'all,
shit,
like,
really?
ugh.
really?" But they don't look angry or anything else. They're just like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" And even afterwards, when they've got the guns on them, they're just like,
Kids were annoyed.
that
Annoyed.
you're putting us out. You're taking time out of our day. We were hiking to this lovely cabin.
Yep.
We thought we'd do you a solid.
Here
I
you
did
pull this
like the
foolishness.
different zombies. If we're going to introduce walkers back
Yes,
in, at
yes,
least make them different with the
yes.
calcification. I think he turns around and says, you can have them, what is it, boiled or
Baked.
baked? That's it.
Yeah,
Well,
I thought that was quite
that was
funny.
funny.
But yeah, I mean, I hear
I
you,
think
which
they
is
were
they
bored. They're like, ugh, this again. I liked how they
so
did
bored.
that because I was
yeah.
like,
Yes.
yeah. It's like a nod
See,
to all the things that they keep repeating, kind
and
of.
it made me think back to, and it wasn't like a straight parallel or anything. Do you remember when Rick and the gang reached the gates of Alexandria
Uh-huh.
and they came in and they looked feral? They're
They
all
were feral.
dirty,
Yeah.
everything else. The minute Rick walks in, he's like, "We're gonna take over this place. They're so weak." You know what I mean? He's eyeing up
Yes.
fucking super snips or
He
whatever we're
did.
calling her.
And
Do you know what I
Daryl
mean?
carried
Super
the blossom
cuts.
around.
Super cuts. He's just like they're all feral, they're all looking around, they're all dirty, they're all sitting sleeping this. And you've got these people in like their chinos and
Yeah.
they're like garden wear and they're all chilling in their gated community. And they were like chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
And for me, that just it made me think of it because they've got these people who well, we've got a gun, and I've been protecting them, and then you come across people who are actually leaders naturally and
Mhm.
who are incredibly capable, who just look bored.
But you know what? You bring up a very good example because in those days, also when I loved the group, the show, it wasn't just Rick and Michonne. I mean, every
No.
last one of those people at that point, his whole team was like they were hard to.
Capable.
You don't want to
And
pick a
straight up
fight
killers.
with any one of them. I mean, you don't
Right.
have to. You don't have to wait to get to Rick because Carol will drop you. You know what I mean?
And
You
at
know
this
what I'm saying?
point, and they're
Carl
straight
will
up
drop
killers
you.
at this point. Yeah,
Yeah.
they are straight up killers at this point.
Right.
Well,
When they hit
exactly.
Alexandria.
What made me think with these three, I thought there was going to be another scene that comes up where they were going to show that they really aren't bumbling.
Ah.
They are killers. Everybody who's out at this point are killers.
It's killer. Mm-hmm.
And maybe they're killers for good, but they're still killers. And I thought we were going to see that bumbling act was a fake out.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got surprised because they got killed, right? We were finished with them.
In the scene in the nature museum,
The walkers got
wildlife
them,
park.
right?
Yeah.
Which that was kind of fakeish to me, but
well, I didn't like them anyway, so they dead and got bit off. At least they're not trailing around. Could you imagine if they'd have kept them about but had killed Nat?
Okay.
Oh my God, I'd have rioted.
You're right. So thankfully I kind of already expected when we saw them that they would, like, they saved them at that point, but at some point they're going to get it. Like, they're not going to survive this episode because so far the people we've been introduced to that are brand new, they're not surviving the episodes. No matter how much we love the character, they're not going to let us survive. And those, they were just throwaways.
And now Jadis wakes up Rick and Michonne in their cozy beds.
I can't figure out why she did, though. Like, what was the point?
Well, I mean, she said why, but I thought it was just a whole load of crap.
But I don't trust what she said. What do you think the real reason she did?
Well, no, I think. Okay, my assumption was that she would, and this guy, and I think this is where Sistah K, you're going to ask me the question as to what on earth was that scene, or was that a bit later? I can't remember. But I think it was trying to give credence to whatever crap Gabriel was spouting at her periodically across the last 3 years, is in the fact that she wanted to speak to them, but it also relays into something from the world beyond as well.
Okay.
I think it was like, well, she said, I wanted to give you that courtesy that I didn't give the other person that I didn't know who that was, that we could talk about later.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah. Which I'm guessing is the person in the flashback before she dies, where she stabs this girl.
So basically that is a character called Hook. So do you remember I was saying earlier about this Elizabeth Kolchak character, who was this military leader that reported into Beale, who was getting the instructions, destroyed Omaha and everything else? Well, Hook is her daughter, but never knew that that's what her mum was up to for most of the season, right?
Okay.
But Hook were also trained Jadis. She was Jadis's mentor. So when Jadis joined, she was very low in the ranks, and Hook kind of trained her, and basically Hook told Jadis what her mother was up to. Jadis turned her mother in to get in with Beale, and then kills her mentor.
Gosh.
Without explaining why or having the conversation.
I'm confused, y'all. What
so
scene is
at the very
that's World Beyond.
When she gets bit, And then she starts having flashbacks to her life, and they show her in the trash heap when she first met Rick. They show her with all her trash people that got killed, and she ground them up in that grinder thing. Then there's a scene where they show her in this warehouse looking place stabbing another woman. And
I feel like I missed that. Did I just like turn away? Was it really quick?
You might. It was really quick.
Really quick. Really quick.
And I was like, I don't remember that scene from anything, so it must be from one of the other shows. Which, but so I feel like that was the person that she was talking about in this scene, because you don't see that until the end. But in this scene where she says, I'm wanting to tell you what I didn't tell a person I killed. Now, in my excitement of this, of my excitement of where my mind
I thought she'd killed Gabriel.
I thought she killed Gabriel.
I was like, yes, James.
So I was like waiting for the killing scene of Gabriel.
Yes.
So when we get to that scene where she knocks him over, I'm like, yes, it's going to happen. That's who she was talking about. And when she didn't, I was like, well, then she was talking about somebody else. What the fuck was she saying?
And then they show it in that last scene.
And they show it in that last scene. But up until then, my mind was already excited about, okay, Gabriel's going to get it finally. But but she does make a point to say, I want to tell you what I didn't tell that person as to why I'm where I am today.
Yeah.
Like she's all the way in. And when he kept calling her Anne and kept saying, no, this isn't you. Rick kept calling her Anne and saying, this isn't you. She's lying. They don't know where she is. She doesn't have a whole platoon with her. And then I really like that though, that Michonne and Rick were talking like she wasn't there, and she was like, really?
Oh yeah.
That was fun. Trying to get under her skin. So I think it was like, just first of all, they had to make it happen that way because it's a TV show, but have her explain herself so they can get away like the villain always does.
But that's the thing as well, is I don't understand why. So sorry to interrupt, but
no, go ahead.
when she first wakes him up and she's like, tie him to the bed and then and they're having those like she doesn't even exist. I love that so much. But she turns around and she does this big thing about how she's back with the reclamation team and the circumstances of her death was suspicious. How? The helicopter was in a storm.
Yeah,
it crashed into a building.
She says it's amazing what you don't realize that you see.
Well, that's about the yellow truck. But why were they there saying, because she was there in the first place with the reclamation team because the circumstances of their death was suspicious. She saw it afterwards for sure. She said she saw the yellow truck.
Thinking, no. So the first time she went there and they saw the plane and they or the helicopter crashed, she said, but something just kept not niggling at the back of her mind because obviously they didn't find bodies or anything like that. She says, the things I noticed, like the spider on the inside of the helicopter. So if she was inside the helicopter before they blew the helicopter up to see that there was a spider on the inside of the helicopter, I was thinking she meant the helicopter that crashed. Then she would have noticed there weren't bodies. The number of bodies in there weren't the same number of bodies that were supposed to be in there. So probably the way I took it was,
so you think
somehow thought she knew that their bodies weren't there and that they're capable of doing anything. So she was going to go back.
So she was there before the helicopter showed up. Before they blew it up. Oh, yes, that makes so much more sense.
She mentions the helicopter, a spider in the helicopter, a yellow truck. And then she mentions going back to the CRM, but something was bothering her about it. So she didn't want to interrupt the summit. She just took a helicopter on her own, came back. The building was in rubble, but the yellow truck was gone. And then she noticed
she was there before they blew the helicopter
in different places, and she basically followed their trail, tracked them. So that's how I took it. Now, maybe I'm wrong.
That makes so much sense. Because I was like, why would their deaths be suspicious? Because, it was in a storm, but I just didn't put two and two together that she was at the helicopter before they blew it up. That makes so much sense. Okay.
I mean, the timing seems off based on that other episode because the helicopter came up and then it just shot. But I don't know. Maybe
it makes sense to me.
It makes sense to me. That's how I took it. because they definitely are trying to hide any evidence that there is this civilization somewhere, any evidence of a helicopter, any evidence of another place that people aren't aware of.
100%.
So to me, it made sense that they went to blow it up.
And it makes sense that they were there before to check whether there was any survivors they need to clean up or anything before. Yeah, no, that makes complete sense.
And
thank you.
There's 2 bodies missing, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the people who she knows together can do anything.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
At least
I
that's
didn't
how
even think about her being there before they exploded the helicopter, but yeah, that makes sense.
But her rationale to me is still off because, I mean, she's kept saying the reason she has that dossier is to make sure, which you're right, I agree with you. Like, your dossier to me is more of a risk than Rick and Michonne escaping.
Mm-hmm.
But she keeps in her mind, and maybe it's like self-fulfilling prophecy, that she keeps thinking that if y'all escape, someone's going to go looking for you and they're going to find Alexandria. They're going to know I lied. And now my shit's all blown up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who's going to go through all that? Nobody knows who he is except for you. So because you know who he is, you think everyone knows who he is. And so it's like she's keeps saying they're going to find out who I am because of y'all.
She's looking for a reason. Yeah.
But nobody's going to do all that except for you.
Exactly. She's looking for a reason, isn't she? So now we're back with Gabriel and Jadis for their second pointless conversation.
And that's when they kiss also.
Oh,
Kelly,
I thought that was
frozen?
the third one, but okay.
No, I'm not frozen. I'm just in deep thought because something is not adding up to me. And what?
No, I'm excited. I want to hear it.
Oh, it's just so the threat Jadis was using about the dossier, which would point CRM to Alexandria. But didn't CRM take her from Alexandria? So what I've been kind of like hearing, like,
it wasn't
in my head, well, they were nearby. But what I'm kind of thinking is, I don't know. I just keep feeling they already know about Alexandria. They already know about Alexandria. They already know about Rick. They already know about Michonne. They know about all these people. But so, which starts leading me to this question, because we know that they eliminate stragglers, right? Which the question I keep hearing in my head is, then why haven't they gotten rid of Alexandria?
Because Rick, remember when Rick goes off on Okaforth in like the second episode or the third, maybe the third,
the first one,
and he's in the weird greenhouse and he's going to get a new seed of something that hasn't been grown in a bit. No. When was it the first one when they're in the green?
Episode.
And Rick kicks off. It's because he tells Rick that he knows. Isn't that he tells him that he knows about Alexandria there and then?
Yeah, because he has a file.
Correct. So my whole thing is, if Alexandria is still standing, it's because they want it to be still standing. And so my question is, why? What is there? It seems like they have an actual interest in Alexandria. They had Jadis there. They have too many people who are connected to Alexandria. And Jadis was there, and they're pulling her through the ranks. They had Rick, and they let Rick get away with freaking murder because like I said, nobody who really was worried about a threat, Rick would have been killed the first attempt to run away. Okay. And then, but it's almost as if they kept Rick to lure Michonne.
Oh.
And because they know Alexandria is there. They know it's there. So this threat she kept throwing at Rick, if you kill me, they'll find out about Alexandria. But they know about it.
Your kids are going to be dead.
And your kids are going to be dead. I feel like they know all about it, but there's a reason that they want it to exist. I don't know if there is somebody that they're in cahoots with, if this is part of something else. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there because...
No, it's interesting you say that, because then you have to assume they know about the Commonwealth as well.
Absolutely.
They have to know. Like, do you know what I mean? However it is they know.
They're,
why wouldn't they
these are
know?
people, they're so sophisticated. They're killing random people on the road. They found, we're talking 10 years into the apocalypse now. They're just literally flying around the entirety of the country, just killing random people they see. But they've let this big conglomeration, Rick and them, that's what I call the show, Rick and them have been going on and on and on, building and growing. And there's, there's no way. There's no way. It just seems like this whole thing to me has been a trap for Rick and Michonne.
Wow.
That's
I like
interesting.
that. I like
Yeah,
that.
that would be interesting.
Well, that's what it feels like, because I just kept thinking, like, when she was like, well, the dossier, the dossier, the dossier, and the dossier, I was screaming bullshit on the dossier to begin with, because
Me too.
my thing is, if there was such a thing and they didn't know, that's her ass. Why would you be keeping evidence that would get you in trouble? And if they're this controlling, they're searching apartments and stuff like
Of
that.
course. I think so.
And hiding something in the bed sheets. Come on now.
Or the cushions of the couch or
The
whatever.
cushions of a couch. Come on now. We're talking about professional operatives, right? They'll turn a house upside down. They're not that slick, okay?
Yeah.
So her hidden dossier, and like I said, we take Terry O'Quinn's character. He's pretty darn smart. He said, you don't even have to answer. Let me look at you." So he reads people.
Right.
That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know that she's got a dossier and she's taking random trips into the woods of Virginia to go see this dude.
Right.
Come on now. And now she can just on a whim get on a helicopter and go check out this location and that location and be here and be there and be anywhere. They're watching her too. Okay. And I really feel like the reason they're watching her is because she was part of the pull in Rick. Pull in Rick and Michonne. I don't know. I'm trying to get a whole new series, not just 6 episodes, but 13. So if this isn't part of the actual planned agenda, y'all can steal it from me. It's okay. Make it part of the agenda, because I just want more Rick and Michonne if I can. But that's what I'm,
It's going to be interesting to see, because it does make sense, because I agree. If they have that much ability to just fly and pick up an A or a B whenever you have one, like they set up that exchange with her trash people to exchange supplies with people way back in the day, then they obviously know that area has people.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they wouldn't have already been by there with a sonar or something to see, oh, that's a big community over there. Oh, that's a big community over there. And yet we're still bombing up folk randomly. You're right. It doesn't jive with what we've seen of them so far.
And then at the same time, I feel as though, the reason that they say, or that has been given as to why they destroyed Omaha, was because it was this drain on resources and everything else, and it couldn't stand on its own 2 feet. They might be, trying to take information as to how communities do work. Do you know what I mean? Because if it stands on its own 2 feet and it's not a drain on resources, then actually, theoretically speaking, it could become the next Omaha. Do you know what I mean? They could reach out and be like, "Hey, do you want to join our gang?" Because they do their own crops, they do their own this. Come and join us and drink the Kool-Aid, or have the Echelon briefing, or however it is that they get those little flies into that web. So it might be that actually for them, they're going, well, this is a standalone community that we could use as a resource and make as part of it until it's useless to us, maybe.
Or maybe Rick's group, like what we were talking about, the Feral group showing up in Alexandria. Maybe Rick's group makes A's. Maybe their attempts to build A's. Rick and Michonne build A's. They do, because look at Maggie. Okay, she was not. Well, I feel like she was, but
I think she was always.
She's always been strong, but there's a lot of people who've come out of Rick's group who have gone on to do a lot. I don't. So if I'm intrigued. You know what? Oh God, don't make me watch all these shows. Sarah, which actual show was talking about the experimentation, because that's where my
World
head
Beyond.
World Beyond. All right. Do I need to watch that, Sarah?
No, don't watch it.
I'm not
Don't
watching
watch it.
it.
Read the recap. Read the
Read
recap. You'll
recap.
take
Go to
everything
the
from it. Don't
recap.
watch it. Don't put yourself through it. It tells you everything that you want to know, which is
Okay.
basically kids are annoying, and the CRM is a lot more brutal than I think it backs up that the CRM is as brutal as they're alluding to in the ones who live. And when they're talking about, they're doing all this stuff that the Civic Republic doesn't know about, so they're clearly defining the military arm and the people. Again, sorry to bring it back up. We talked about this earlier. Battlestar Galactica. Hello, Adama turns around and says, "No, you can't have like the military running things. You've got to have a government, or else they stop protecting the people and instead enforce things on the people, and it's not right and it's not healthy." So they do make it very distinct that there are two arms of power in from a Civic Republic perspective.
Because I think I always love stories, and this is one. Battlestar Galactica is another one, and there's many, many more. But I always love the stories that deal with the question of the line between surviving and living, because what you do to survive is one thing, but at some point you got to start living again, right? And I feel like that with that military thing of it, right? The military is so we can survive. They will, but at some point it has to come away from the military so people can start living.
And it's the military don't want to give that
and the
power
military
back.
don't want to give that back.
Yeah.
Which is what's happening in the world beyond and being explored and explained.
And like even without the world beyond, which you won't let me watch, but I'll read some recap. We keep invoking the name of Nat, but the way they killed those people was so there's malice in it. They didn't just kill them. They didn't drop a bomb where they all blew up.
They killed them slow
and painful. Their lungs stopped working or whatever. I mean, it's like they were punishing them.
I took it slightly differently, which is I feel I made the assumption that, and maybe the CRM is experimenting more than we're thinking about. So maybe for them watching the Commonwealth and Alexandria is an experiment, whether it's what makes A's or whatever else. Maybe that's like a little petri dish that they've got over there. And it feels as though, because they have teams that come in and sweep up afterwards. Do you know what I mean? So they do this bombing with the chlorine gas and everything else. They're probably like, oh, is this effective on walkers? Let's do an experiment. Oh, there's people there. Who gives a fuck? Do you know what I mean? They don't care whether they're murdering people as well. Yeah. So, they can actually, well, that's a bonus. We can see how well it works on people now because we haven't used it in a bit. So maybe it's just another experiment because they're talking about they're using napalm somewhere. They're talking about that we can see that they've used chlorine. Maybe they're just trying to find the most, what they're experimenting on. Does this fungus increase? It feels as though they're just doing a lot of experiments without any conscience or morals.
What effect would chlorine gas have on walkers?
Well, I guess they'll find out if they look at any walkers and go, "Oh, this is quite a good way of killing them." Who knows? But they don't care about the collateral damage. I think
they don't care about the people that they're killing.
That's
meantime,
interesting
too.
I mean, I just love. Okay, so clearly, my tin hat loving self, but I do. I love stories that you can go do deep dives and look at.
Many different angles.
Yes. And, even with my theories here, I don't need to be right. You know what I mean? I want to see where they're going to go with this. If in fact, not only if I'm completely wrong and they do something else that is even better, that'll just increase my respect for them. You know what I mean? Because I don't necessarily like to see the end from the beginning. Let me see where you're going with this. And so, this is, now, am I allowed to say negativity about this, show?
I've been doing that this whole time.
I mean, not
we'll
about
just invoke the spirit of Gabriel.
well, I mean, about specifically about the ones who live as opposed to where
Oh,
Walking
of
Dead are in the
course.
crap. Okay, so I have been having a little bit of problem with it in the sense that I feel like I had a couple of moments where my eyes rolled. I'm sorry, they did. Because I felt there's a bit of fan service going on there to the detriment of story and to the characters that we know. While, like I said, Rick and Michonne are my favorite ship, um, I don't know. I don't recognize them completely. Um, not just in the Rick is brainwashed area, but even how they interact with each other,
Mm.
and even where the way the both of them react to similar stimuli. Um, I feel like it is definitely just a vehicle. Sometimes it feels like a vehicle to see Denai Guerrera and Andrew Lincoln pull on the same costume and just be in the same space together. But I don't know that everything that they've done thus far in this show resembles the Rick and Michonne that I remember from The Walking Dead, who they are as people, and what motivates them and what their triggers are. Um,
Mm.
you know,
That could be because in this show in particular, specifically, has no other, all their motivating factors that they had are not there. So they're
I
like
took it as.
kind of intangible right now. I mean, the thought of going back to protect their family, yes, but they're not there right now. It's like they're only have themselves to worry about this moment, and it's different. It's different because they
And
don't have a fam. I mean, they have a family, but they're not right there, and so it's different. But I
but
kind of like the
I
difference.
feel like we as the viewers need to see their motivating factors. Like when we were talking about, just real quick, like when we were talking about Carl. Carl, as annoying as he was ever present in the sense that we know that Rick will go balls to the wall about if a danger comes to Carl, all hell is about to break loose. You know
Right.
what I mean? So, like, you can show drama without even showing Rick when you show something happened to Carl, because we know that's going to draw out the Rick we all know and love, right?
Hmm.
It's going to make that Incredible Hulk happen. But what I feel like is missing from this is that us seeing that thing that is going to bring out the Rick and Michonne that we know are the Rick and Michonne. Because there's always been like the bad guy, the big bad, the governor, this, that, da, 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 da. But right now, we just have this nebulous
Mm.
organization and city, but they don't really interact with the city, and we don't really interact with that city, right? We don't see CRM as the big bad that needs to be addressed. We haven't met them, not really, unless you watched all the shows like them. Sorry.
I mean, I kind of disagree because I feel like we have seen them as a big and bad. We've seen like in episode 2. Like
Well,
episode
with
1,
that,
we heard about what they were maybe doing, but in episode 2 we've seen it. They bombed them, purposefully
yeah,
bombed them. It took Michonne a year to recover. They purposefully killed people that they could clearly see were people and not walkers. So we definitely know there is something bad, and I do think Rick has been different, but Michonne to me has been the same. She's been consistent. When she sees something that's not quite right, she's trying to fix it. She's always trying to make sure that doesn't come to her doorstep and to protect others. And that's what Rick has always done. Like he didn't want to be a leader, but he's going to step up and protect because that's what his job was. That's kind of like ingrained in him. So I feel like they're showing it, but just in a subtle, different way because we don't have standing right in front of them their
immediate
family and
peril.
motive. Yes. And we do see like they're sprinkling it in. That's what I say when like the thing with the phone with Carl and them having a side conversation about RJ and Judith. To me, that's how they're bringing that motivation to the show, because we're not physically seeing them there, but they're kind of bringing that up to kind of understand why they're doing the things they're doing. And I think Michonne right now, when we get to that scene where she's kind of tricking Jadis and saying, okay, yeah, you're right. We need to, yeah, I can see Rick is right. We can't go home, because if we go home and we let all this stuff go on, we're not going to be protecting our home, whatever the hell. But when she comes back and says, "Oh no, we're getting rid of the CRM. We gonna take them down," because she's like, "No," because they're going out there, and at some point they're going to come to our family's door. Might not be today or tomorrow, but at some point they're going to make their way to wherever my kids are at and my loved ones are at.
And
I'm
I
going to
think
go
as
and
well,
knock them down now.
yeah, and I think as well, I agree with everything you just said, and I think as well, Kelly, that I agree with you to a point about the fan service, but we didn't get that much time with Rick and Michonne. Do you know what I mean? We had Carl and Michonne with Rick giving the side eye and looking her up and down and thinking she's fine and she's cool and she's strong. But you never, like when Michonne took off for him, I never thought she's looking for her one true love. Like it was like that was her man and she was going to go and find him, and there was no doubt that she loved him. But we hadn't seen them sit in that space because there's always a peril. There's look after Carl, and look after Judith, and then there's a big I've got to go and do this, and then I've got to do that, and we haven't got any food, and it was all this running about. So yes, probably fan service, but I've enjoyed exploring and seeing them as a couple and as equals, and taking that time for them to sit in that space. Because if you think about this episode, where we are now, I mean, we're having the second conversation with Gabriel in which he's asking for help. But then we go back to Michonne and Rick with the car chase. But if you think about it, they're at a point now where they are completely in sync. They don't know that they're both thinking they need to take out the CRM. Rick's going to do as he's damn well told. He's back in his place. That's good. But, he's given her the necklace. There's this, do you know what I mean? These declarations of love, like it comes across as how, even though, yes, she's, across oceans of time to find him. I love Dracula, but do you know what I mean? It feels as though I understand that why now. She's trekked around for ages, withstood a gas attack, got better, come through, taken his hat off, given him a slap across the head, thrown him out of a helicopter, held back the stuff about RJ to bring in everything else. It makes sense to me now seeing them together, because we didn't get that in The Walking Dead. And whatever they're going to bring on now, maybe it's the brainwashing. Could you even imagine if that happened to only one of them? How destroyed we'd be? Like, whatever. This is a bedrock. I understand now what their love is. And if you think about the rest of this episode, it's so big that I don't mind.
Can I ask you? Because I don't understand what they're loving. And I don't mean that in an ugly, evil way, okay? But without... You said something very interesting about without the context of all the conflict that they were dealing with when they did fall in love, okay? Who are they as a couple? I mean, yeah, we did.
And now we find out.
Well, but...
And I like that.
I haven't found out. I see two people who are clearly attracted to each other. And, but I haven't truly connected with it on the deep level that I want to connect. Yes, there's been kissy time and cry, and somebody's gonna
panty dropper time.
And remember that kid we had named Carl, and hey, look, we got another two kids. But I feel like that's surface level. And the reason why I brought that, what I was going into, was that I'm gonna get beat up on this one too. Remember back in the day when they were in Alexandria and Rick hooked up with Supercuts?
Oh. Jesse.
I don't even know what was that her name?
Jessie.
I call her Supercuts. Okay. And the great thing, but here's where I'm getting, okay. There was a war online about what woman was right for Rick. Okay. Now I'm being completely dead ass serious that I thought Rick and Michonne were a thing before they even met each other on screen. When when Michonne showed up at that prison holding the baby formula and was looking at the thing, and you saw Rick look over, because I remember when they were introducing her character, I just said the words. I literally said it out loud watching the show. I said, "Wait till Rick gets a load of this one." Okay, and now they're going back to Supercuts. So there was war. I've always thought that Michonne was compatible for Rick.
Mm-hmm.
And I always felt that Rick was a very hard man to match up with. And I always thought that his wife Lori was not a proper match for him, which is why the other level of tragedy there was for Shane, because I really feel like Lori was actually better suited to Shane, honestly. Rick will fight for what's his, but at the end of the day, I really felt like Shane and Lori were probably a better couple.
Yeah, I feel as though Rick and Laurie were like the high school sweethearts. Do you know what I mean? They've been
Right.
together since they were 11.
Yeah.
And then you grow up in a small town. It's the American dream. You have kids, you get a house together. And all, and and maybe it would have been great if there hadn't have been an apocalypse.
Because they were already arguing before.
They were all
of course, like they'd outgrown each other. Do you know what I mean? People change.
Yes. And Rick is one of those, he's like a dog with a bone. Haha, I'm gonna just keep with my bone and puns when it comes to Miss Lori, okay, with her bony self. And but Rick was like a dog with a bone, and he's one of those people who would not let go of his marriage because he believes you're supposed to make a marriage work.
100%.
You will do what you have to do to make it work because it's supposed to work. Okay, this is marriage. And so I really think that's where Rick was. I hate to give her a slide. I'm in the camp that I don't believe that Shane and Lori were a couple before. I believe they became a couple afterwards. Okay. So that's just me. And so I think Lori was doing her part, okay? But they just weren't happy because they weren't compatible. And when I would be literally fighting online about what woman is good for Rick, and when Supercuts came into the picture, everybody was like, oh, she's good for Rick because she's very much like Lori. And I said, that shows that she's not good for Rick because Lori wasn't good for Rick. Okay. So here's where I'm getting to. I know it sounds like I'm on a tangent. I'm actually not on a tangent. I'm actually explaining why I feel the way I feel. And that is, I felt that Michonne and Rick were compatible people. It wasn't just that they're sexy. It wasn't just that they both love Carl. Yeah. I think even without Carl, they would have been compatible people. And Andrew Lincoln, okay, look, I don't want to get him in trouble, so I won't say this. I'll talk around it. I'll use euphemism. You can read into it as you need to. I'll just put it this way. Andrew Lincoln does a great job of showing compatibility, because I always say you can always tell who a man truly loves because you can just look at him. He changes when he's in the presence of the woman that he truly loves. And Andrew Lincoln, I don't know if he played this on purpose. I'm not getting you in trouble, boo. I know you got a wife, but if you go back and watch, he stands differently when he's with her than when he's with somebody else. There will literally be a scene where he's sitting up talking to Daryl and he's like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And then somebody else will about, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then Michonne will come. His whole posture is different. And I was saying, not only is there a deep physical attraction between them, but Lori used to stress him out. Every scene with Lori was stressing him the hell out.
Because he had to be the protector with her.
Yes. She didn't let that man rest at all. Rick would come in and be like, all right, I'm tired. I've been walking around all day, the prison, blah, blah, blah. And she'd be like, well, Shane looked at me cross-eyed. Okay, Lori, give it a rest. You know what I mean? And so, but this was the episode where Rick and Michonne really did hook up. But before it even happened, I was taking notes to go argue with people because Rick comes in from his day doing whatever, and he sits on the couch and he takes off his shoes. If you watch through the history of the show, Rick doesn't
never takes off his shoes.
He doesn't take off his shoes.
He doesn't relax.
He doesn't relax.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to somebody, look, two things Rick did in the course of the show that really made me go, huh. One was when he was going off to, I don't remember. Oh, look for Beth. I think that's what they were going to do. And they were in the church, and Rick handed Michonne, who then they weren't even a couple, handed Michonne his children as if it was natural to hand people your children. He didn't ask her to babysit. He handed those kids to her as if he was saying, if I don't come back, this is your new mommy.
Yeah.
He trusted his kids with her. Then you fast forward to, he comes home and he lays back on the couch and takes off his boots, something he never does. He's letting down his guard. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, sexy times happened. But my point is, the connection between these two was always more than just surface level kissy. Mm. The same stuff that you can see with any couple on any show at any time. They didn't have to talk. They knew what each other was thinking. They knew, talk about Michonne and her looks. Rick could be complete raging maniac. And you remember that feral stage he was in. And Michonne literally would just look at him and he would go sit down. Okay, sit, dog, sit. You know what I mean? There's something between them that is so much more deeper than kissy, let's share a glass of thing. So I
like seeing that side of them. They haven't had the chance to just be. They haven't had a honeymoon period. They've
honestly,
had a burden.
I think most viewers do, and that's why I'm not going to poo-poo it, but so much. I'm just saying, I want to see that part, that thing that made me as passionate as I am to tell you that what I just told you. I'm not getting that from this.
Oh, okay.
I think it's there. I think though it's different. I think it's just different because where before the show didn't allow us that time. Like mm-hmm. I know everyone, I'm different. I'm of the opposing opinion of I wanted them to get together, but I felt like it was abrupt in the show when they did, because to me, I didn't have as much of a buildup. Yes, there was a look here and there, but that look was only like 1 or 2 episodes before they actually got together, to me.
There was trust and there was respect.
Yes, but like the romance part is what I'm talking about. Like, I think it was 1 or 2 or 3 episodes before where she was in a towel or something, but that was it. And it was a look. That was it. There wasn't like a romance buildup to me. So I felt like it was abrupt. It was not a good, or it was not a, popular opinion. But I agree with you that they would have these looks with each other, just like, I trust you, here's the kids, I gotta go do what I gotta do, da-da-da. But I think it's because the show did not let us have that buildup of the romance side. So we didn't have a lot of conversation with them. I think now with this show, because it's centered around them two as a couple, we get to see what they would be, what they probably were if we would have seen it in the previous
sitting on a bench season when Rick's having his dreams and Michonne's sitting with those beautiful flirting. And he's like, I'm going to go and buy a pizza. What if I've got 5? I mean, what the fuck relevance 5 pizzas? I don't know. But do you know what I mean? I was like, why are you talking about? But it was to seeing them sitting in a space in which there was no immediate threat. There was no immediate, I've got to go deal with this. And then I like it when, whether it's a TV show or whether it's a movie, I like it when we get the opportunity to just let them breathe. Okay. Michonne is so soft in some of the interactions. We have never seen her that soft. And I love that we can see her in that. And then the next scene, she's whacking a hatchet into Jadis. Do you know what I mean? Like on it, because that's dual sides. But I enjoy the time to breathe and the time to inhabit, and them just
and the time to just be a woman. Like they haven't let her be a woman. She's been a woman the whole time. Don't get me wrong, but a woman in a relationship with her man, be that partner to her husband to be, I consider them married already too, but
Oh,
Her
100%.
husband.
all of
But
that.
they're going
But let
home.
her have the flirting moment. Let them have the little, like when he picked up her hand in the car and kissed it. And then she's just lovingly looking at him, looking at Carl, da da da. Like even him making that necklace for her and him saying, I'm working with what I got, baby. Hello. And I mean, just that little cute little shit like that, to me, we haven't been able to have before because they put so many obstacles. There's so much going on. And because we don't have the kids right there and the community right there, they have to go and fight right this second. And so they can have those little silly conversations about what would the kids do. I like.
They're not jibber jabbering though. Like, do you know what I mean?
No.
They're comfortable in silence with each other. Do you know what I mean? Because Rick's super chatty, like da, 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 he's always running off about something and ranting away. Michonne's a lot quieter, but you know, when they're sat in front of the Wyoming, like they're on a little like Wild West
Yeah, they're
trip.
just sitting there
do you know,
eating.
they're just in the car. He's drinking a soda.
They're not
You know,
talking.
he's looking at the photo of
Yes.
Carl. She's sharing that moment without having to go, oh, is that phone of the picture what I got for you that's got Carl? There's no jibber
Yes.
jibber jibber that's outside of their characters. They just sit in that space.
And even in the
Beautiful.
woods on the way to the cabin, when they're reading the sign and they hear the screams, they didn't, hey, let's go. They both,
No,
like,
they
it
they're
just
just
followed right back into their old, we're a team, we know how to do.
we know how
know
to
how to do
move.
this.
You know, later on.
You know what, you guys? You know what?
We're just loving on this.
I'm laughing
Kelly.
because I hear you. I do actually hear you. And I think what it means is that just I'm a lonely, bitter bitch because because I actually no, and it tracks. It tracks with my character. I don't love watching romance. Like I don't love just watching people be lovey-dovey all the time. Like you were talking about breathe into space. I'm like, I don't want to see you breathe into space. I think it's like because I don't care. I get it, man, woman. Y'all sit talk about nothing. If I hear like Rick would never have gotten me with the pizza talk. I'd be like, if you don't keep on going, go on. Okay, but
Honey, Rick don't gotta talk. Hello.
yeah, he does for me. Okay, and
No,
so
he's just
No.
gonna
like
do
I said,
that side head, and I'm
Rick,
there.
honestly,
there.
physically,
Don't have
Rick
to
was
say
never my
nothing.
type. Like I said, what did I say? I'm Shane's girl. Okay, I'm looking more heavily at Shane and Abraham and those type. I guess I like beefy men.
But they weren't chatty.
They were very chatty.
I don't mind chatty. They just I don't mind chatty. It's just Rick ain't talking about shit. Okay, he just it's like he just needs something better to chat about. Okay, because this mug came up to me talking about if I come by with 5 pizzas, I'm like, 5 pizzas.
Oh my God.
Now you're just judging. He's just working with what he's
I'm
got.
a bitter bitch, okay?
Right. He's just working with what he got.
He's just working with what he's got.
Which wasn't much, okay? But
I agree with you though.
You look
Kelly,
like that.
'cause,
You're working.
I'm with you because there are some shows or movies that will throw in a romance and a lot of lovey-dovey shit, and I'm like, I don't want to see that for that. Just to throw it in there, no. It annoys me. But in this instance, I don't mind it at all because we didn't get to see it before. And I feel like that's where mine
that's why I'm granting you guys, because fair enough. And I agree with you. And I'm actually listening from a creator point of view because I'm thinking, okay, when you're writing, you might want to pull up on the bitter bitch of it all and realize that other people have other like needs and viewpoints. Like some people like to see the romance. Romance makes me barf most of the time. I am look, I will never look, if you ever hear me say I watched the movie The Notebook, you just come and ask, where is Kelly? What have you done with Kelly? Okay.
Because I've not seen that. No.
I don't think I've seen it all the way through.
I'm the anti-romance in terms of the way they present romance. But I'm very romantic in terms of when romance is presented in a way other than kissy lovey-dovey, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Like I'm about to throw out a song now. I do this, okay? I speak like this, but like the song "What You Won't Do for Love," and he said, "In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do." And I've always found that to be one of the most romantic songs on the planet Earth because it's not like you're so beautiful and your eyes are this and the blah 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 and the sound of none of that. It's just very simple you know that you're in love because all your energy centers in this person. And it's not necessarily always shown the same way, the kissy, 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 kissy. Oh my God. But I will endure it. I will say this.
Well, I will say this, though. They're not doing a lot of kissing. Like,
they've been kissing a whole lot.
Not really.
The past 2 episodes.
Not as much as I would have been after fucking,
I'm like the Princess Bride, the kid in the Princess Bride. I'm like, oh God, the kissing again.
Not really. They really haven't. They really haven't.
They had that one. She was obviously when they first joined, like
that
rejoined,
was quick,
right?
Quick and a hug.
Then when
they were in that little
one when she's in the
warehouse.
CRM, when they sneak off. After that, it isn't again until they make up after episode 4.
Right.
And then once they make up because they don't kiss until right at the end. They're looking at each other and they're getting close to each other, but they don't. And then in this episode, when they're in the car, they're not kissing on each other. They're just. It's not until they get in the store. Huh?
Nobody else saw her riding him in the bed? There was like a whole
that's when they made up. That's when they made up.
Yeah.
That's the first time in that episode.
That's the first time, but even
so there's been 2 kisses and sex in 3 episodes.
Right.
4 episodes.
Even when we were back in the back day, when they had the kiss make out on the couch, we didn't get to see nothing but the kiss and the lay down. We didn't get to see no groping, grinding, nothing. Okay? So, I mean, to me, in my opinion, this is long as... Okay, this is an overdue. And
we've been waiting like 10 years. 10 years to see them be a couple.
Okay, I will give you some kissy huggy, and every 10 years is plenty.
But wait a minute. And then they finally get alone, and they spend most of that fucking time arguing and shit.
Yes.
And finally they get to it, and we got to see an actual scene, which I thought was great. They didn't just show us them kissing, and then they wake up in the bed the next day. Mm-hmm. No, they showed us a scene. That's what we need to see.
And do you know what? In this episode...
I'm just jealous. I'm a jealous hater.
Do you know what? In this episode, they do that, though, if you think about it. So they're drinking the bourbon before Jadis rocks up. They're drinking the bourbon. He's got the necklace. They have a little chat, and then it comes to, and they're waking up. So we don't have another scene of them
it's not making
scene,
out. It's kiss and fall in the bed, and that's it. So they've made it to where it's not too much. I don't think it's been too much at all.
I think the balance is okay.
It's a balance, and of course, a quick peck on the lips to me, I don't consider that like a whole like make out, whatever,
and then,
whatever.
No, and like you're saying, when Jadis comes in and the brilliance of them talking to each other like she isn't even there, they've done the work now as to where they are back. They're in sync. Yes. You know, they're fighting together because, I mean, I felt as if they labored it a bit, but at first Rick's trying to take the lead in the previous episode when they're in that building. And she's like, really? She gets covered in blood and she's like, oh my God, you're a clown. Do you know what I mean? They're not in sync. They're not working together. But all of this, that time means that when they move, like in the forest, they're in sync. They don't have to say anything. Like you said, oh, let's go get them. Let's go and out. Yeah. No, they just move in sync. When it comes to Jadis, they're just talking like, this bitch. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, she's not even there.
They still got nobody with her. She ain't told nobody nothing.
They move at the same time. Rick gets under the bed. He throws the bed. Michonne gets the hatchet out. And then Michonne's like, I'm going to go and kill her.
Opinions about that because he's worried about this fucking file. And she's like, fuck the file. We'll deal with the file later.
Well,
we're going to kill this chick.
Well, and here comes maybe my favorite line in it. I didn't catch it the first time, and the second time I was howling. So because she's like, I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her. They've got out of the cars. They've had the car chase.
Yes.
And she's like, I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her so much. And Rick's like, well, she's got this dossier. She's like, I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her again. And Rick goes, well, look, we need to sort this out first. And she's like, fine, we'll give her the chance. We'll find out what the dossier is. And then he goes,
I'm gonna kill her.
And he goes, be my guest. Maybe just maim her a bit first, though.
Right, and then, but wait.
Just maim her a bit first.
Maybe she's still salty about the fact that she snatched him up. Now, yes, Jada's snatching him up might have saved his life because the healthcare was better at the CRM. Okay. But the fact is, she snatched him up and they didn't know where he was. She is still tight about
She
that.
is raging.
She is raging about that. And
Raging.
yes, as you would.
She was pregnant and didn't even know it when he died, and she went through that whole thing without him. Yes.
Yes.
Raging.
So, and then when, what I like about that ties it back to what you were saying about them being in sync, and like they still have a lot of nonverbal communication, even though they are talking a lot that we haven't seen them do a ton of before. They didn't let them have time for that.
Exactly.
But when they got into the, whatever that fucking place was where they end up seeing the other people and getting Jadis, all of those different scenes, they were like non-verbally communicating with each other the whole time. Like, okay, I'm going to go over there. They didn't have to say anything because they kind of already know each other's styles and what they'll do. But as soon as she got, well, so this is the part where I kind of call bullshit on the people, those 3 people they saved, and she was going to take them back, which she was not. We already know she was not going to take them back because they knew about Rick, so they were not. They were going to be loose ends that she would have had to tie up anyway, but they didn't know that. But when that walker walked up on that girl and just chomped her, I'm like, okay, that was a little too.
Those stealth walkers that you don't know are there until they're literally like in your ear,
in your face.
It was so contrived.
Right in your neck. It was contrived. Yeah. And then when Jadis, when they trick her into coming out, and she tricks Rick kind of, and she was going to kill Rick anyway, but Michonne knew that and was there. And that walker walked up on her. I thought that was contrived too. I'm like, out of all of the people to get surprised by a walker bite with all that fucking equipment on, it wasn't Jadis.
Do you know, and I agree with Evan. Can I roll us back just for a second?
Yeah.
Did anyone had to get me my callbacks? Look, I'm probably imagining it, and there are a few more that have happened, and I am intrigued to know whether there's any that have stood out for you that weren't as obvious as, you know, the necklace for Michonne, or, you know, chocolate pudding, or when they didn't use that, but do you know what I mean? Any of the more obvious ones. When they're in the car chase and Rick says, "Have you seen that drop off?" And Jadis goes over the edge, but they skid to a stop. I was called back to when Carol is leading the herd over the drop off, and she's meant to run off to the side and then skid to a stop. And she's actually Carol's going to go over the edge and take the whole of the herd that the Whisperers had all brought together to attack, and they distracted them. But Lydia grabs her and they skid to a stop, and everyone else and all the walkers go over the edge. That's what that called me back to. I don't know whether anyone else. I might have just imagined it, but yeah, it just made me think. Some of the callbacks, I think maybe. Look, it might not be true, but
it. But that probably was. There's a lot of parallels. Somebody had posted a parallel of Rick pointing the gun at Jadis at the end.
Oh my God, yes.
And how there's been multiple times across the seasons where he's had that
the kind of the
camera angle,
dipping,
yeah, and the same motion and the same look on the face. There was a lot of, I feel like, different callbacks like that in the cinematography. Yeah.
Have you seen any, Kelly? Are there any that have stuck out for you before I start blathering on?
No, you can keep blathering. No, I'm kidding. You're not blathering.
I'm totally blathering.
No, I love it. I love it. Not that I can think of. I mean, I will say that the execution of Jadis did give me chills, because it did call back to me the Rick I remember, because Rick, as I grew to love his character, I wasn't a Rick fan. I told you, I didn't even really like him. In fact, I've told this to Kelsey in podcasts. Like, I started liking Rick with literally the deliverance of one line, and that was, "I killed my best friend for you people." And I was like, this mofo came out with "you people." I must have laughed for about 15 minutes behind that. Okay, but I was not into Rick. But what got me into Rick, other than the line, was he will do all that he can do. But when Rick makes the decision that it's time to go, well, honey, it is time to go. And there is just a way he holds that gun and does it. And I don't know, I might need to talk to a therapist of like why I enjoy watching this man kill people. But I don't know if there's a sexy way to kill people, but I don't know. He's a sexy killer. And so like it called back because we've been seeing Rick 2.0, throughout this whole thing, and Michonne trying to bring him back. But when he did that with Jadis, I just thought to myself, there's Rick.
For me,
There
it was slightly earlier. Same scene.
Okay.
So when Michonne's done the fake out and she lays down her weapons and takes off to come back, we all knew she was coming back.
Yeah.
She ain't trusting Jadis. She's gonna kill her. Yeah,
Right.
do you know what I mean? She's done with her bullshit. But when Rick comes out, he kind of comes around the corner and he does his little Rick head tilt.
Yes,
and then look, and I was like, oh. I honestly, I punched the air. I was like, oh, thank God. So but same scene, 100%. That's the Rick when he's moving through and they're clearing the area. That's Rick. My other callbacks, I'm gonna pull out two that I think might stand up for you as well. The rest are probably just me talking nonsense. So the first one was Michonne, actually. So in the episode 2, when she goes out to search for the oxygen tanks, it made me think of season 4 with my beloved governor. So the way in which he gets in with Tara and whatever her sister's name is that the governor hooks up with, he does it by going out to get oxygen tanks from a nearby medical center for their dying father. And I was like, I like that little... Listen, the governor is my guy. Like, I loved the governor. What a bad guy he was. And season 4, when he kind of went sane, and then you see the music and he goes all kind of googly. And I was like, So that was one for me. And then the second one was in episode 4, when Michonne is done with Rick's shit and she leaves. She walks out the door and she's walking down the corridor, which is a callback to the first episode of season 1, Rick in the hospital.
Oh,
with the exit. And I was like, I am loving, like, just how it's framed with the door at the end and the exit. I was like, oh, I love this. Those were two that have kind of deep cut, sort of framed the same way, but not right in your face, that I quite enjoyed.
Those are nice, because I did not remember those at all.
Yeah, those didn't
register
ring
to
a
me.
bell, but absolutely. Although I just have to do a shout out to co-sign on you. The governor was actually my favorite of the big bads, even more so than Negan and all that stuff. I found him to be deliciously terrifying. Okay, this man was so dangerous, and also that actor and Denai Guerrera, David Morrissey and Denai Guerrera, those two, man, those scenes between those two were just some of the best antagonistic scenes I think I've seen, period. They were wonderful opponents. And I really love that the show, this is an interesting show, right? Because on one hand, they can't seem to write a woman character to save their lives.
Now Denai's writing it. We're good.
But at the same time, the girl powerness of so many of the scenes throughout the season, and I loved that. Everybody kept waiting for when it gets down between Rick and the governor, and the governor ended up beating Rick's ass.
That scene at the table.
Well, no,
when
she kills him, but that it was Michonne who killed the governor, because ultimately it was Michonne who was his worthy opponent. And that also added to me, I don't know why, but I think it kind of added to me the love of Rick and Michonne as a couple, because again, we think Rick can do anything, but
Rick was done.
Rick was getting beat up.
Rick was
done. What I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And and
She came
which
in to
showed
save the
just
day.
how strong of an opponent the governor really was, right? I mean, Rick was losing that fight, but and so that means the governor, if Michonne hadn't been there, the governor would have won. But see, it was her to take him out. It was her fight to win, and
but she was avenging Andrea, of course.
she was avenging herself. He almost killed her too.
Oh my God! Don't even.
Oh,
don't even.
Mm-hmm.
So there are two storylines. So one storyline of the governor was in the graphic novels.
Yes.
And that was gruesome. I'm not even. It's horrible what he does to Michonne. It's bad, like really, really bad.
I think I've heard it.
Yeah, it's horrible. I'm not. No.
Don't spoil it though, because I think people are still reading those graphic novels.
Yeah. No, it's bad. But when David Morrissey was preparing for the role, he didn't use the graphic novels. He used, there was a 3-book series called The Rise of the Governor and then The Fall of the Governor, parts 1 and 2. And then there was another one called Welcome to Woodbury. So the backstory of the governor was that the governor was actually Brian, not Philip. So Philip was the stronger brother. He goes around doing horrible things to people. They meet the girls. It's not nice. But then eventually Philip loses the plot. Brian's a scaredy cat, but he has to step into the mantle. So the little girl is Philip's child, not Brian's.
Okay.
But Brian steps into the role and becomes the governor, if that makes sense. And it's not his personality and everything else. So when David Morrissey was preparing for the role, he took on who Brian was and that development of that character become the governor rather than from the graphic novels, which I thought was probably a sensible choice because those graphic novels, that was awful.
I loved the subtlety that he brought to it because, the governor is just so left field, but he could have been a cartoon,
Oh, and Michonne smells it on him from the get-go. She's like, there is something wrong with this.
But I love that.
I like
the
that
way
too.
he came across, only Michonne smelled it on him. Like you don't necessarily see the depth of his depravity just by talking to him and interacting with him. But Michonne had instincts on it.
Yes.
And that is what made her compelling because he's seeming nice, right? And he's got this community and he's saving people. And Michonne from day one was growling at him. There's something wrong with this man. And she felt it from day one. And that's what made Michonne endearing and made little Miss Andrea so annoying.
Yeah.
Because it's like, she's so caught up with, her nethers that she's not sensing that she is like literally in the fire with the beast. And Andrea lost me forever. She was dead to me when the governor and Michonne got into that fight.
Yes.
And she comes in and sees him sitting there crying and looks over at Michonne like, what have you done? And I'm like,
thank you.
I'm like, ma'am, clearly these two had a fist fight, right? Are you looking at that 6'2" man and the woman he just had a fist fight with?
That part.
And you're not questioning this?
Not even. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, it did lead to one of my favorite scenes in the early episodes, which is where the governor is pursuing Andrea through that. Is it the hospital? It's so tense. And he's doing that weird.
That was a good episode.
Twisted whistling.
Yes, that was a good episode where he's chasing her across the barn and everything.
Yeah, and they end up in that building, and and she eventually gets down the
captive. Where he took her captive.
Yeah, when she eventually realized who he was and tried to run and leave.
Too late.
But he chased her ass and then brought her back to the room. To that room with the, what is that called? The stirrup chair and the torture room or whatever.
Oh my God. Yes, that made my stomach turn.
But at that point, I was like, good. That's what the big hit. Because how dare you turn your back on Michonne who saved your ass from the winter of hell. Because your ass wasn't going to, I mean, she could fight, but she wasn't as good as Michonne. And how dare you turn your back and not even listen to a word Michonne was telling you?
No.
And then seeing all that stuff that he did and still siding with him instead of her.
Yeah. Like turn the blind eye to the extreme.
She
Turn a
turned
blind eye.
Say it again. She turned a blind eye.
But it wasn't
to
blind.
when
She turned a good eye, which is even worse.
Yeah, he had one.
Eye.
He's got an excuse.
But I mean,
After
she
Michonne
knew,
stabbed him in the other one. God,
right?
Michonne.
She knew what the hell he was, and she still, no.
But that's where the power was, like we were saying earlier. Do you know what I mean? Like,
but that's what made him a good character too, because he was able to get people that way. Like he had that way to, which was way more to me better than Negan, because Negan was just in your face with it. And there was no, so like later when you have this big ass, long ass redemption arc for him, I'm like, I don't believe it. I don't
want to see it. I'm sorry.
I don't want to see it, and I don't believe it.
Watching him kill Glenn and Abraham, I don't even want to see it. I don't care if he starts no offense, Jesus, starts walking on water. Okay. I don't believe it. I don't want to see it. And that's where the show lost me, because I'm like, the hell you are going to give me a redemption arc on this monster.
Do you know where
to go?
Do you know where I got to, where I was like, he's a monster. So I could cope with all the rest of it. But when you remember when Carl jumps in the back of the truck and hides and then tries to kill him and just mows like with the people with the machine gun. So Carl is now in the Savers facility. When he's in there and Negan makes him take off his eye patch.
Oh,
I was like, right.
That's what did it for you?
Yeah, that was the final straw for me, because I was like, okay, he's proved Rick's attacked them first. The fact he hasn't butchered all of them, you could take as a measured response, and all of his posturing and everything else. I'm like, sure, he's a bit of a dick, but I was like, you don't pick on kids. And then even afterwards, when he was like, oh, I think Carl's cool, I was like, nah, man, you would humiliate a child like that. I'm done with you.
I was done with him from jump. I didn't like, and I love Jeffrey Dean Morgan, but I did not like his portrayal of him. I did not like how they had him dipping and doing all that shit. I could not stand it. I
could cope with that.
I couldn't stand a lick of it. It did not scare me. I'm just like, he's a big ass bully. That's it.
And I'll tell you something else. And maybe this comes from my dad, the detective, who, teaching me my ways, but I take all the evidence into account. Okay. Because I also take into account things that were said about Negan before we met him. And one of the things they took the time to tell us about was that this group took a 16-year-old boy and bashed his head in. That these people were keeping pictures of bashed in heads all over the thing. These are not good people. He is not a good person. And I don't care how nice you make it and how many times he says Judith and her dog. To hell with him. Fuck him. Okay. I want him dead. And then, the fact that he
keep him in the fucking basement of whatever that fucking house.
Well, we could have got out if he wanted to.
And expect Maggie to be okay with it.
I agreed 100% with Maggie.
Thank you. I did too.
And she even called out my girl Michonne. And you got to come some to call out Michonne in my book. But she called her out. She said, if he had done this to Rick, you would have killed him a long time ago. And I said, there would be pieces of Negan all over the tri-state area. Okay? Yeah, she's right. And I agreed with Maggie.
They went
and I think, but you know what? It led to, the final conversation. I've seen a little bit of Dead City, but I couldn't cope. It was just nonsense. But that conversation that they have, Maggie and Negan have over, I think it's over a fire, like Alpha's dead or whatever else. That conversation that they had, I really enjoyed, because Maggie doesn't back down. She's not like, I'm not just going to forgive you. Like, I know it's what I'm meant to be doing, but fuck you. You killed Glenn. Like, do you know what I mean? That's not, and no, I don't. And I think if I remember it rightly, she's like, no, you can't redeem it. I don't even want you to try and redeem yourself.
No.
Like, I'm not going to be filled with hate in my heart for you, sure. Like, do you know what I mean? But if you're looking for redemption, you're never going to get it. No, I don't want you to try. I just want you to fuck off.
And that's why, how they have those tests, those quizzes online, which character, which Walking Dead character are you? Guess which one I was when I took the quiz.
Maggie?
There you go.
Okay.
Really? Nice. I've never taken it.
Everybody wanted to be Michonne, but I'm not like Michonne. I'm like Maggie. And so, yeah, I was, I didn't even see that episode, but yep, that sounds like me. Because I feel the same way. I was like, I know you all are happy to have Jeffrey Dean Morgan, and let me tell you something. I lust after Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Do you remember him in Grey's Anatomy?
Yeah.
No, I
Oh
didn't
my
watch
God.
that show, but I remember him in Supernatural. And I
John
already,
Winchester, baby.
what? And I already love me some Sam and Dean, but I was pushing both them boys down because I was like, that's daddy? Okay.
Oh my God. Okay, but Sam or Dean? This is a very important question.
I think he looks so much better in those shows than in. He was too skinny for me in The Walking Dead.
He was.
He was too
beefier.
skinny. He was beefier, and I'm like, what happened? Because he's not a sex. I mean, he's always good looking, but I know. Yeah.
I heard
that character, to me, to have that character survive for so fucking long, and then have a spinoff show with him and Mother effing Maggie too.
I never see. That's the thing about me. Call it a flaw in my personality. Once you do something where you are fucking dead to me, I don't give a shit what you do afterwards. Okay. You are dead to me.
Dead.
Okay. And after they came out of that clearing, Negan was Ed to me, and I mean they could have him healing the sick and having little cartoon birds on his shoulders. I didn't give a fuck. Kill him, okay? Kill him. I want him dead. And
do you know what? Okay, very important question though. Before we continue, Sam or Dean?
Oh, don't ask me that.
You got gun to your head. You got to choose Sam or Dean.
Gun to my head.
Come on now, we've already used that expression. It's out there in this episode. Sam or Dean?
She can't decide. She wants both of them.
I do, because once I pick one, I miss the other one. Okay. So it's
gotta be one.
If I gotta pick.
Look at her. She can't even do it.
I'm not letting this go. Gotta pick one.
Okay. Gun to head. I only get one of those boys. I guess Dean. I guess Dean. But
did you knock on wood?
No takey backsies.
Knock on wood.
No takey backsies. Sistah K.
I never watched that show, so don't kill me on that. I mean, I know about the show. I know who was on it. Sam, I think, was the older brother.
Younger.
No, Dean was the older brother. Dean.
I'm Dean all day. There's no question.
The daddy.
Dean.
The daddy. The daddy.
Oh, but yeah, no, Dean. If I have to like a side piece, it's John Winchester.
Well, if I get to be a complete hoe, I'm taking all three, okay? But,
I'm like, I want a Winchester sandwich. She's going triple decker. Triple decker Winchester sandwich.
Dean, okay. I adore Dean, okay? Dean, I adore him. But there's something about Sam that I think if we were to meet, if they were real people and we met in real life, I think Sam and my personality would probably blend better than Dean and mine. And because Dean, I love Dean because I don't question, he is not ambiguous at all morally. Okay. And I always know where his heart is. I know Dean is predictable to me because I know what he's going to do, because he's always going to do the right thing. He is 100% of the time going to do the right thing. I love that about him. That's why Dean is my ultimate choice. But Sam, one thing I don't like about Dean that Sam doesn't have, Dean holds everything in. You don't really, he's hard to figure out, and I could see me cussing him out a lot of the time if I were his woman, because I'm like,
yeah, but he looks like that. I'm gonna let so much slide. I'm not gonna lie. You look like that, and I'm like, sure, okay.
Well, he's gorgeous. Although, let me tell you something. He is, well, I mean, what's his name? Jared Ackles is one of the most beautiful men to walk this earth. Okay, but did you see? Look, I'll name it. Season 6. I forget which episode where Sam was doing the push-ups or the pull-ups. I nearly jumped through the TV screen. Okay.
When he's been possessed, when he's got no soul. No, he's got no soul.
He has no soul.
Soulless Sam.
He didn't have a soul, but he sure as hell had a body. Okay.
Yeah. I like that bit more chunk.
Jared. Jared. So yeah, but I love them. Honestly, I love them both. I love them both. And back to Jeffrey Dean. There was a time I had Jeffrey Dean, like, I guess I stopped putting posters on my wall, but I had him on my phone. Mm-hmm. And because I think he is a true, well, I don't like him as much now, like you said, but when he was beefier, the pre Jeffrey Dean was
stubble. Jeffrey Dean Morgan, not beard.
Not so much
Jeffrey
stubble,
Dean
just
Morgan.
He had a little
stubble,
bit of
not beard.
Yeah, and a little bit more.
If I could build a man, it would be, that was pretty darn close. Mm-hmm. In terms of my taste, right? Pretty darn close. So it did pain me. It pained me the extent to which I hated Negan.
Yeah, but it was easy to hate. It was easy. It was too much. There were so many things. And then to have it linger and linger and linger, and I was like, why? Why are y'all letting this character linger and expect everyone to be okay with it?
I'm not okay with it.
I wasn't. And you know, and leading into our new General Major, whatever his title is, Beale.
Yeah.
I don't feel he's. I mean, you hear about what the CRM is doing, but he's not set up as a big bad character. It's. Do you know what I mean?
Because he reminds me of the governor. Because the governor doesn't seem like it, but you know, like one thing that chills me to the bone is when the governor kills Merle, and it wasn't just that he killed Merle, but like I said, the energy that he had was not chaotic evil. Mm-hmm. It was like concentrated evil. Like he didn't have to raise his voice. He wasn't screaming and yelling and emoting. In fact, Rick, the famous moment was Rick said something. I don't even remember what Rick said. He was talking some shit. And then he just looked at Rick and he said, liar. And then does the most chaotically evil thing that somebody could do. He didn't even just like slice off Merle's head. He chopped it off. And it's like,
oh, Herschel's.
Who are you?
Herschel's.
Herschel. I meant
yes.
Herschel. I'm sorry. But I'm like, what are you? You are an utter monster. And so coming back to freaking ass Negan. The second worst thing was Negan bashing in those guys' heads. And he only gets second worst because at least Glenn and Abraham had been fighters in the cause. Herschel hadn't done shit to the government. Okay.
True.
And just like let's just imagine Michonne didn't kill the governor, and all of a sudden we got a spinoff show with him. Fuck you. I don't want to watch that. That evil ass, crazy ass man. No.
Although it would have been more interesting to me than Negan, because
we kind of got that
interesting villain.
We got that a little bit with season 4, didn't we? With the governor, in which he kind of was, after he'd slaughtered everyone at Woodbury and set everything on fire, he then just started wandering around, bouncing off walkers, and then met the girls and their father. So we kind of had a little bit of a glimpse into what could have been a redemption story until he got it twisted.
He was crazy then. Okay, here's one thing.
That was a backstory, right? That wasn't.
It wasn't. It was not a backstory. He was protecting someone. Yes, and no, it was not a backstory with the lady, because he killed the little girl. Well, he didn't kill the little girl. The little girl died, and he shot her in front of her mama. And then he went and killed Herschel because he's just a killer. He's just a killing killer who kills, right? And I have always pushed back on just because someone sounds nice and just because somebody acts nice doesn't mean that somebody is nice, okay? And I can't see past it. I guess I'm Michonne in that way, because Michonne saw what he was from day one, and no matter how nice he might have acted.
But we saw with the governor, I feel as though quite quickly we saw the heads in the tanks and everything. So you got that waft that something was wrong. But Beale, at this moment in time, we've not spent any time.
No, we haven't.
With General Beale. So if he is, which is what, I mean, it's an assumption for us at the moment, But if he is the head of the military, we know that the military are doing some bad things through World Beyond. Rick's talking about they go out and they come back covered in blood, but I don't know what they're doing. It's the potentially brainwashing Echelon briefing. We don't know. There's those things. But Beale himself has had a chat with Rick, had a chat with Thorne and Rick, and said, Thorne, come with me, and been at the funeral for Okafor.
That's it.
That is all we've seen of Beale right now.
True. That's
so
true.
I mean, for all we know, maybe Beale hasn't got a clue that orders are being given in his name. I mean, I don't think so. I think he's probably a raving lunatic.
He's the big bad.
But right now, at this point, we've spent the entirety of this season, and I mean, I think maybe we will see it in the next episode, in the final one, as to like what his true intentions or power or deviances or whatever else.
Find out what's in this damn Echelon briefing.
There was a quote somebody showed me one time that I love to this day, where they said, when you have a dog, you don't have to bark. Okay. And from the second they showed, well, first of all, Terry O'Quinn, love him
all day.
Love him. Yeah. But from the second I saw Terry and his little beady eyes,
beady eyes.
I was like, his little eye squint that he does.
That squint. I was like, he's the big bad. He's the big bad, because just like, and this trope follows throughout, like the mafia king, like Michael Corleone. Okay, you're not going to see Michael Corleone cussing and shooting and doing all the things. He's just going to be chill. But Michael Corleone is the big bad. Okay.
Just when you think you're out, they drag me back in.
Drag you back in. Yes. But like, Michael Corleone will sit up cool and kissing the baby in the christening in church. Meanwhile, they've killed half of New York City.
On his orders.
On his
exactly
orders.
That.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I really feel the same thing about when I saw Beale. I said, oh yeah, that's the big bad. And then when okay. Sorry, follow me with this. But when he said to Rick, my blood ran cold when he said, don't answer, just let me look at you. Because it's like, I guess the vibe I got off of him was, some people underestimate Rick because they don't know our Rick. I just got the sense that this man knows exactly who Rick really is. He knows who Rick is. And
our only hope is that he doesn't know who Michonne is. That is our only hope.
Yeah.
Our only hope is that he doesn't know who Michonne is.
I think he does.
Watching her. Yeah, I think
then we're screwed.
We're not screwed. He's just a man. But I think, seriously, I'm sounding like a thug right now because all men can die, okay? But
not Jeffrey Dean Morgan as John Winchester or Jared.
What was that on Game of Thrones? I don't forget. Was it Daenerys that said that? Valar Morghulis, all men must die.
All men must. I feel like I'm like Cersei right now, but
or something.
I think he will be hard to kill.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's not going to be easy. And I think it might take Rick and Michonne to bring him down.
Well, and again, this leads into, so where are we up to? So we're at the
well, we talked all around, but we can go to wherever.
I think we had the Jadis and Father Gabriel final chat when she didn't kill him, and we're all devastated. But I think we're at the point now where Jadis has had the worst body armor designed by man.
Hello.
Because there's a whole neck area, and she somehow still gets bit on the whatever.
Right.
Fine.
Hello.
And then she does her speech.
Her final death speech. Okay. I wish I could have died an artist.
Well, do you know what?
We all do.
The first time that I watched it through, so she's talked about this summit, right? So let's face it, Beale's got to die. If Rick and Michonne are kind of softly going there together, then we've got some hope. And there's the summit, and maybe they bomb them all with what Nat showed. I'm holding out for the lighter, the danger light. I am. In my heart. I want it back. We've seen it since. We know Michonne has it.
Yes.
Or had it. So maybe the first time of watching it, I was looking at my watch, I was looking at my phone, I was rolling my eyes, whatever Jadis was on about. The second time around, I enjoyed it a lot more. I was like, okay, Jadis. And I think part of it was that I paid more attention to um the flashbacks and the things that they were showing within her speech.
Okay.
And I wasn't sure whether you saw them.
Yes, and I did see the poster or the painting of Glenn, which I really.
There's a painting of Glenn.
So did you see the it was niggly jiggly jiggly in my brain because I knew I'd seen the artworks before. So there's one point, I don't know whether you described them as I'm not very good at art, I'm so sorry. But whether they're impressionist or Van Gogh type things. But those were the paintings that Jadis did for Maggie in season 9 or 10. They're on the wall of the office of Gregory that Maggie takes over.
Yes,
And they're of her
yes.
family, and Glenn is in the middle. So Herschel's there, Beth is there, and her
I didn't look
stepbrother,
around.
brother, or whoever it is,
Yes,
that they're
whoever
all
that-
in there. Yeah, that was in there,
A
which I
great
thought was
eye.
beautiful.
I
Oh, dude, I was jiggling. I had to Google. I'm not. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, I've seen them. Where have I seen them? And then I was like, oh. When they said season 9, I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, because season 10, part 2. Do you remember when they had the really big gap in the middle? There's a shot, it basically is right at the beginning, and Carol is sorry, but it's Carol, is staring at them on the wall in Maggie's absence when she bops off with Georgia to go and do whatever the fuck she was doing.
Yes, 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 yes. I remember that.
Mm.
Yeah, that scene was interesting, and it kind of reminded. I think it was like a reminder of how we saw Jadis and how she did change, but she just basically traded one bad situation for the next.
Well,
you know? and how whatever it is that she saw when she got her briefing totally made her believe and give up that life that she had before, that art that was inside of her, that creativity that was inside of her to follow.
And I mean, it says something to how high up I think Jadis must be in the chain. How else would she know that Beale was going to give Rick the Echelon briefing? Do you know what I mean? She obviously must have climbed.
She is
pretty
higher
high
than Rick, though, in rank, because she didn't have to go through those 6 years of grunt duty.
No.
She got to go straight in and rise up. So
yes.
I feel like this will be interesting because when they get back, I mean, I'm really interested to see how this is going to work. Like, what are they going to say? Oh, Jadis
100%.
found us. We never saw her. We've been trying to make our way back to you this whole time. How long has it been, really? Because we really don't know. We know it's been at least several days, but we don't really know. Has it been several weeks? How long has it taken for them to get this far? The summit is going on. I don't know how long the summit was going to be when Rick got shot down.
No, that's it. Well, they were still setting up
They're still setting it up, right?
That was it, yeah.
So anyway, I don't know. It's going to be interesting what they say. Like when he gets back, what's he going to say? Like who's going to be like taking him in when he walks through the gate? Is he going to have to go talk to Beale?
Exactly. And because she talks about, and I think, and again, the second time around I watched it, I enjoyed it a lot more. So Jadis at one point, she says, she explains that and again, I didn't like Jadis as a character. She could do one. Do you know what I mean? But I think from a final speech perspective, Ricky's going heavy on back home, back home, back home, and. Do you know what I mean? He's laying it heavy to try and snap her out of it, but she's all the way in, and she says that she drew up the dossier to stop Rick from coming after the CRM. And I was like, okay, so for me it jangled a bit because why bring him in then? Why bring him in? Because she says that she did that because she owed him. So in the world beyond, she talks about bringing him in because she owed him and saying he was a B when he was clearly an A because she owed him. But then why bring him in if...
When he have owed her, wouldn't it have been the other way around?
Well, And she drew up this
Like
dossier to
vice
then.
versa, like trading off because he saved her life, she saved his.
Mhm. So yeah, no, I liked it, but I also liked Michonne just being frank because Rick was blatantly going to be like, "Oh, we're definitely not coming."
Yes, wasn't he? And then
Mhm.
she's like, "Oh no, we gonna destroy him." And Rick was like, oh shit, we're saying that out loud. We're gonna go
Yeah,
destroy him."
and she doesn't. I wrote it down because I love like when Michonne says she just looks her dead in the eye. Like this bird is dying. Michonne has got no sympathy. Like you've threatened her kids, you took Rick away, you destroyed their family. Like Rick will be a bit nah, she's having none of it. And she turns around and she says, "We're going to help the city stop them because Anne, the CRM is not the answer and they must end." Michonne is coming.
And she'll
And then
do it.
she's like, "You kept us alive for a reason." I don't think anyone has ever looked as devastated as Jadis did at that point because she could have had them both killed.
That's true. That's so true.
It, it-
And nobody
All
would
this
have known
running
shit.
around. No,
And
all this
nobody would have
running
known shit.
around,
Like all that
they already
threatening.
thought they were dead.
Well, but even
pretending.
before, like all that threatening before for Rick, like
Yeah.
don't leave with her, don't leave with her. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, why do all that? They could have had an unfortunate accident on one of their little runs, and nobody would have
Pretending
known
he's a
nothing.
bee. Yeah, she could have done it. She's within reclamation team, pretending he's a bee, and then be like, "Well, you can come back now," and agreeing that Michonne can run off. Like they could have been dead
Yeah.
fast. And in the world beyond, she's just straight up murdering and massacring people.
Wow.
Straight up doing it. Like, so, but anyway.
You know,
Interesting.
I will say one thing, though I love the return of my baby Rick. I thought that Jadis was going to die, but I thought it was going to be what's his name, Beal. I thought Beal was going to be. I thought it was going to be a hit. Okay, because I'm like, Jadis is spent way too much time with Rick, and I mean, it wouldn't even take a Beal type. Okay, any supervisor watching the actions of their employee, she's just been all over the Rick of it all. And like even her little trip to the crashed helicopter, it's the helicopter that Rick was on. Okay. And
Yeah.
I really felt that, okay, this is just me giving more credit than maybe I should, but I really felt in terms of writing wise, I'm watching you, but someone's watching me, and someone else is watching them, because I thought there was just going to be this direct line of people watching, and that head of the snake, right?
Yes. Yes.
And so I thought that Jadis was going to die at her own company, by her own company, because she's become too much of a liability.
Oh.
Because and I thought it was going to be she let Rick and Michonne go or whatever, but and like I said, I already think they're hip to Rick and Michonne. That's going to be. I mean, I may be wrong, but
I
I
think you're
thought
right.
that after they
Yeah, it
left,
could be.
they were going to go ahead and take her out. She's too much. She's done. All right. Um, Whatever you were supposed to be controlling, you clearly can't.
That could be definitely.
And
But
then,
I think, sorry, I'm sorry.
No, go
oh no,
ahead.
and honestly, when Okafor got killed in the, I thought that was a hit too. I
I did
thought it was
too.
real.
I did at
I
first.
did too, because I was like, I couldn't see. To me, it wasn't clear that something came into the helicopter.
Oh,
I thought it was like just some timer charge or something. And I was like, he's having Okafor killed because he's doing
I
Yeah.
something.
thought
He
so.
knows he is. He's suspicious of him.
Yeah, and Rick can go with him if he's his little protege. Yeah, why take them both out at the same
Yes,
time?
that's what
I
I
thought he was a
thought
hit.
too.
Well, and in the gosh, in the cynical world of knowing that we're watching a story and knowing that a story is being crafted, why did we even get a scene where Beale says to Rick that he's questioning Okafor if we're not going anywhere with this? This is gonna, something about Okafor is the a hint or a key to what is going on in the bigger picture of the CRM
Yeah, that we haven't seen
Yes.
yet. Yeah.
that we haven't
And
seen yet.
and I think, do you remember earlier when I said that the chats with Gabriel, I mean snore, but the chats with Gabriel did allow one thing to happen, which was the circle closing of the last time that Michonne saw Rick, which was on the bridge, and Gabriel had found this ring that he'd given to Jadis.
Yeah.
Which is the only way that the ring. So they must know that recently Jadis has spoken to Gabriel.
Yes.
Or they may infer that, which means that they know that if Gabriel's still about, then the kids are protecting him. So they must still be about. So that suggests that the kids are okay. Do you know what I mean? So,
so we can go ahead and go run, make this real quick run to knock down the CRM real quick.
Yeah, because it's fine. But then it allows that circle of being that Rick was going to propose. So he'd given her the necklace in which he'd had to snap as a thing, and it's on a chain.
Yes.
And I was like, okay. And then, I mean, that scene where, Rick says, until my last breath, I'm yours. I mean, oh my heart. Oh my heart.
No, I like that. I like that.
It was
because
nice,
you know what? I want the words spoken. They haven't been spoken. They didn't let the words be spoken. I have theories about why, but we ain't gonna get into it today.
Well,
but I like that they're actually having this romance, as little as it is in this big show of killing and stuff and action. I like that they're sprinkling it in there and letting me see Rick is declaring himself to Michonne. We already know they're together, but I want to see the words, hear the words, as long as see the action. And I like that.
And it allows her to respond without immediate look. Rick's just about to depart to go and get in a helicopter. From the trailer, it looks as though at some point they come back together in the CRM. I don't know how, but at that point, it could be goodbye for good, and it allows her to be that soft and it always had to be you, like thinking back, which is to your point, Kelly, where you were saying early on they were that chemistry was there and everything else between those two characters, so that was the full circle as well. So for me, I'm like, okay, who knows what happens now? They've had their moment.
Yes,
like up until this point you couldn't kill one or the other. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying I think they ever could. But up until this point,
are you saying that now it's okay to end this story because
I'm saying either of them now could die? I'm saying now. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want them both to get back, but we've lived their relationship with them now. They've had the time back together. The full circle to where they would have been before the bridge happened. Of Rick proposing, they're in love. The kids are okay, which is where they were right there. Do you know what I mean? So for me, it's like, okay, that's I like circles. I like kind of stories closing. So now they could do a whole of the season. I mean, I'm in.
They could, or they could end it here, and at least we've had the culmination of the story of their
and if
story.
they all blow up, so if it's an Okafor sacrifice my wife, sacrifice myself, because Rick's going to throw himself into every fire because he's got no common sense. So from that perspective, if it doesn't end, their kids would be safe. Their future would be safe because everything would burn up with the summit and everyone who knows about them. So either way now, it could end, and we've seen them fulfill their story, if that makes sense.
Okay, so here's the thing. Once again, I got to disagree with my girls. I cannot recover. Nothing.
I don't know. I won't.
Nothing in my psyche can handle either one of them dying. And in fact, when the bridge blew up, they could have replaced Michonne with me because I was like, okay.
Oh, don't. Yeah.
Okay. I was just like screaming.
But they didn't have a goodbye. They were separated. Now they've had.
I don't care if they had 15,000 goodbyes. I don't care if they were kissing like for the 5 episodes. I can't lose my Rick. I'm like that. I'm just that girl. Okay, I'm ride or die, and you will not take my man. But then I love Michonne. I love her, and there is nothing in me that could witness that warrior die. There's no death worthy of her.
For me, I want them to both get home, 100%. But from a story perspective,
I feel like though the story's not closed yet. Their love story has had this little full circle moment, but the story isn't over because it won't be over till he gets back home, sees his baby boy, the new baby boy, and Judith again, and they're a family again, and then whatever happens. But I don't think that they have told the full
Oh, I want them to get back home. I would be brokenhearted, but
I would too.
I'm just saying from a pure storytelling perspective, they're now back where they left off.
Yeah.
But I don't want that though. Oh my God.
I don't think it's going to happen that way because I've heard them say, or I've heard that they have said, all these other stories and spinoffs are going to merge together. And to me, I know they've done it, but to me, they can't again get rid of the two main characters and expect all these stories to merge without them. Because to me, without them, you can't merge all that stuff. Because I don't give a fuck about Daryl by himself, Carol by herself, Father motherfucking Gabriel still don't care about his ass.
He can
I don't care about none of that.
Why won't he die?
He ain't.
Well,
we're
do you want to hear something exciting though? And this is something that I thought I saw something, and then I thought my eyes were lying to me, and then I Googled and I realized that I hadn't seen what I thought I had.
Is it a spoiler?
No, don't spoil.
No spoils.
I mean, it's not. It was in the trailer.
Oh.
So if you want me to stop, then say stop.
Episode?
Yeah, the trailer for the next episode.
Maybe let's not say it.
Okay, that's all right. No. Okay, that's fine. If you want to know, Kelly, then let me know.
Okay, but all right, so I have to have a moment of sensitivity because talking about full circle. The biggest mistake this show made for me, even bigger than Negan and all that business, was killing Carl. And the reason why is because I really, from early on, believed that the true arc of this story was going to be Carl. Because I thought the story we were really seeing is how this bad thing happened. Right? Remember, Carl was alive before the apocalypse happened.
Mm-hmm.
Bad thing happened, and the world went to hell. And what it takes to survive this world. And so I thought with Rick being this exceptional man as his father, and then Michonne, and not just Michonne, but all these different people who entered into the life of Rick and Carl, that they were going to basically breed the super soldier, right? That an adult Carl was going to be, for lack of, this is corny, but basically the world leader, right? He was going to be the kid who had the right combination, who received all that needed to be received to take this new world and lead it in the right direction. Because part of all this was the training of, it isn't just brute strength. It isn't just this. It is all these things, because surrounded all of Rick and his feral followers was a deep amount of love. They loved each other. They just truly love each other. And that was the strength of it. And so when they took Carl off, I was so super sad, not just at the loss of Carl, but at the loss of that story. And I honestly,
because it existed in the graphic novel.
Is that what happened in the graphic novel?
Something like that. Yeah. Carl is the future.
Carl is the future. That's exactly right. So the only way I feel, when you talk about the full circle and now it can end, my whole thing is, if you're going to take all this time, pay all these people and make all these shows, then make it come full circle. If Carl's not the future, then have Judith and RJ be the future. I ended on a note where we either see them as adults.
Yeah.
But we see them, like I said, the line that moved me the most in the whole episode was, they are us.
Yeah.
And I to bring it full circle is not just them kissing. All right, I know I'm terrible, but to see the future. They are us. All this stuff that Rick and Michonne did, all these sacrifices, all these people who died, all this stuff, all these, if they're going to bring down CRM, that will now be yet another.
This will be a massacre if they do that. Potentially, it's a massacre.
Correct. I mean, a true massacre. And they've already killed a whole bunch of people calling themselves saving people, right? It has to be worth something. It has to be because there truly is something better. And we have to see that visualized. And I think the best way to bring it full circle and show it visualized is their kids. Show us the future. Show not as little kids, but give us a flash forward the siblings have brought back society.
Okay, so here's the question. I agree with everything you're saying. Is there space for Rick and Michonne in that, or is it just the kids? Is it the legacy? Because if you're talking about the kids and they're the future and you've got time jumps, Rick and Michonne aren't maybe there. Oh my God, this is too much.
There's two ways to do that. They can either reunite Rick and Michonne with their kids, or the bringing down of CRM can be such a cataclysmic thing that the centuries, like they go into legend, right? It becomes known. This is what these two people did to save the world. And those two people were the parents of these two kids. And they did it for them.
And do you know what? That's super interesting. And this is now making me very depressed because maybe they gave us all of that time with Rick and Michonne together in this season because we're not going to get the chance for it in the future. And that's just, look, I don't want that to happen. Oh my God, now I'm feeling very sad because if we never saw it before and we see it now.
Don't feel sad yet because we don't know.
No, I know I've got no clue. I'm just sat here thinking about this and now I'm really depressed.
I feel that to get Andrew Lincoln and Denai Guerrero in the same room requires a lot of resources. And I don't see them being able to dip their toe in and dip their toe back out. Either they're going to make a full series with them, or they're going to let those actors go.
I feel the same.
Yeah.
I agree with you. They didn't have them come back for this small bit of storytelling. I feel like they want to have them back to finish it out. Correct. And so if the plan to finish it out is to merge all this together, they're going to be there. Now, they might not be in every damn episode. They might not be, in every different spinoff, but they're there to kind of bring it together. At least that's my hope. And so with the marriage proposal and the romance and them going to attempt to burn down the CRM, I don't know that they'll be successful at it, which I feel like they're not going to be. Something's going to happen where they're going to be like, this is not a good idea. Because they are doing something, maybe, or maybe we need them as bad as they are. I feel like they're going to be separated. Yeah. God,
I don't want that.
I don't want that either. But something's going to have to happen to where we have another season to where we can bring all this back together.
So you think there's going to be a second season?
I feel like there will be.
God, I hope so.
I'm hopeful.
I feel like they're testing the market. They're seeing if there's enough interest in it.
All they had to do was show the promos, honey, and that's what brought me back off the couch.
All they had to do was say Rick, and I'm in.
Okay. That poster.
That poster
I was in.
Rishon. Yeah. You're right. They didn't have to show any footage. Just write the words Rishon and show us.
I didn't even see footage. You know what I seen? I seen an interview. And the chemistry was off the charts, as you was saying. And I was like, sold. What day is it? Come on. I'm back. I'll put it back in my recording thing. And I was firmly on that couch. I wasn't coming back for nothing.
I saw the poster of the two silhouettes and I was in.
Yes. Yes, in. So they don't really have to do much more than that.
They really don't. Like, I was like, F Walking Dead. It used to be good. It's not good anymore. It's a shame what happened to it, blah, 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 blah. And then I turned on the news and they're like, actors, Andrew Lincoln and Denai, they're going to come back as Rashad. I was like, I'm in.
Say less. I'm there.
Here I come.
I'm there.
So the last scene was there looks as though there's a grave that's been dug, which confused me a little bit. So you saw the stone with A on it.
Yes.
So my assumption is that that's Anne. I wasn't sure whether Michonne buried her by a river or whether Gabriel, because he was like a mound. You know what I mean? It looked like a grave shape, not just the stone. And then you see the helicopter go over. So I wasn't clear whether Michonne, are we now to assume that Rick's made it to the extraction point, has given some bullshit, and he's on the chopper? Is it a different chopper than the one that Gabriel saw? Like, is Gabriel... See, like,
I'm blanking on that
from a time perspective.
I don't remember him being on the helicopter or them being separated.
No, he says he's going to the extraction point. He's done his, and he's just like, before he goes, he says, look, there's something that I've got to tell you, because they've got their crap plan. It's all going to go to hell, let's face it. But they've got their rubbish plan. But and he's like, before we go, there's something that I need to say to you. And he's done his proposal. But he's about to go and get on the chopper and give some blather. He was the only survivor, and
right.
Spin some story. We don't know how Michonne gets. Does she get there? Does she not? Like, so that's all open at this point, isn't it?
My thought is that if Anne, we already know Anne's alone, which means wherever the extraction point is, the helicopter's there. He knows how to fly. So my thought is him and Michonne are going to fly off together.
Ooh.
And then when they get there, of course, she's going to have to sneak off the helicopter because
you see the grave. You see the grave and you see a helicopter flying over the grave with the A stone on it. So are you assuming that they've knocked out the guards and got on the helicopter, or?
Okay, can I just...
I don't think there's guards.
Because when I saw the A, I didn't see it as a gravestone. Because, why would Rick and Michonne bury Anne? They didn't care about Anne that much. They would bury Daryl, but they wouldn't bury Anne.
The very last scene. They've got an A on the stone.
A, but my whole thing is we've already been given a meaning for A or B, and
but it looks like it looks like a little mound, like there's a body under there. Did you not? That's what I took it as being.
Well, I just saw it as I saw it as something that you can see as you're flying over. A.
Was it? Well, no, because it's got and Rick together and they see it, or was it Father Gabriel?
No, so they finished the scene with Rick proposing. Yeah, and then the next scene that you've got, it starts off, there's a stone with A on it in red, I think, or black. Then it starts to pull out, so it pulls up, the shot goes up and up and up, and it looks like a mound, like there's a body under there, and it's next to a river. And then as it keeps pulling up, you see a helicopter flying along the river. It's in the air. So as it comes up, you see the helicopter flying away, and that's the last shot of the episode.
Okay, so then in my theory, I must have blanked or blinked or slept wrong or something because I don't remember that specifically. But I feel like if that's the case, then it would have been Father Gabriel that would have done something because she didn't show up. And like he said that one time, see you next year, and he said, if I'm alive. So I feel like he would have felt the same way. If she doesn't show up, she's not alive.
Yeah, so they saw him sitting on his own,
created some little burial monument for her.
But then there's a helicopter goes over it. That's why I was confused.
Because they're going back home, so it's closer to home, right? I don't know.
If it's with Gabriel,
I have to go back and watch it because I honestly don't remember.
Why is there a helicopter near? If Gabriel did the stone, then why is there a helicopter flying over there?
Helicopters are flying everywhere. They got buku helicopters and they're bombing up all kind of folk.
That's a great shout.
It might not be Rick and Michonne's helicopter, but it could be some other helicopter.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back and watch it because I honestly don't remember that.
No, I don't know the answer. That's why I was so confused, because I was like, it felt as though, because Rick was on about, because you see a helicopter in the distance when Rick and Michonne are having their chat. Yeah. Proposal, blah, blah, blah. He's going to go and get to the chopper. He's going to go and do that. So, and then the screen stops, and then there's just this focus on this stone with an A on it that's next to a river. And it just goes up and up and up, and then there's a helicopter flying over.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because I don't remember being.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Particularly intrigued with that. I just thought maybe it was like a river bank or something, or a river.
Yeah, and it could be.
I don't remember.
And it could be. It was maybe it was like you're saying. They've got random helicopters all over the place. So maybe it's because they do show. Previously, Gabriel waiting for Anne, and just sat there and it's dark and everything.
Yeah, and she doesn't show up.
So it could be that he did it, because he knew her as Anne, and maybe it just happens to be in a mound type shape, and it's one of their random helicopters. But it was just weird how it was cut. I was confused.
I'll have to go back and look because I honestly don't remember any of that or thinking anything about the last scene at all.
Yeah, it wasn't a trailer or anything. It was
Maybe I was in the
before the
bliss
trailer.
of the marriage proposal. I don't know.
Could be.
I don't remember it. All right. Well, we do have some feedback from two brave folks that got it in on time. The first one is from Ozzy John. Hey, sisters, here is my feedback.
Ozzy John.
Ozzy John. Here is my feedback for The Walking Dead episode 4. Cheers. So let me play this and let me turn up my volume here.
Hey, sisters and sister guests. Ozzy John here. Your favourite is back with hopefully on-time feedback. But if not, oh well, you
It's
get
on
that.
time this time, Ozzy John.
What an episode, eh? The big, infamous Denai Guerrera episode. And what was it?
Oh, this is on
Arguing
episode
40
4.
minutes. Great. That was terrific. Now, I get it. You know, they were there for 3 days. So in the scheme of things, 3 days to turn Rick around from 8 years of trauma, great. Yeah, that's pretty good. But for 40 minutes, oh my God. And it was broken up into 3. You know? Go for the first argument. She leaves. Rick chases him. Oh, good. He's going to make good. Go, Rick. Go get him. Let's go to the gym. And then, no, let's keep fighting. Oh, my God. More fighting. All right, here we go. More chat, more fighting. In the gym. No, we better go back upstairs. All right, that's good. Yeah, let's go. Bit of fighting together. Go back upstairs and make sweet love. Oh, good. The fighting's over. They've made up. Make some sweet love. Come early and then keep going. Go, Rick. That's some stamina, mate. Has been 8 years. He hasn't touched a woman in 8 years. There's no Jadis deal. He ain't touching Jadis. He ain't sharing Jadis with Father Bob. I don't think Rick would go there.
Nah, he wouldn't.
But anyway, no, let's fight a bit more next morning. Fight a bit more. That's great. Fight. Anyway, they eventually sorted it out and then ended the episode with enough ethanol to blow up, say, a security meeting. How convenient for The Walking Dead. Almost as convenient as a bunch of air tanks in a nearby medical centre.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Anyway, that's my rambling thoughts. Ozzy John, have a good one. Cheers.
Every time he cracked me up.
Thank you, Ozzy John. He was not feeling the arguing.
No.
You know, I saw an interview actually about episode 4 where Andrew Lincoln had expressed to Denai that he was worried people would think that he'd shot his load early.
This was a real thought process.
No, he challenged back. Apparently, Denai was saying he challenged her back to say, I don't want people thinking that Rick's like
I got done quick.
a 3-second guy. And apparently they talked it through and she was like, no, it's that in that moment of intimacy, he has a panic attack.
Yeah. That's how I took it. That's how I took it.
I think it's open to interpretation. But I mean, Ozzy John certainly thinks from that perspective, and I can see why he would think that. But yeah, it was so funny because I read an interview afterwards with Denai talking about it, and it was Andrew Lincoln's concern apparently.
I don't want they to think he's a 3-second dude.
Mm-hmm.
Or what, 2 pump chump? That's how they
So much fun.
I caught it right. Okay, I have the least dirty mind of everybody because I was like, "Oh, Rick, what's the matter?" No,
I thought it was a panic attack. I thought it was like
I thought it was too.
He finally let his guard down. They're finally getting together, and then he's like,
well,
had to release all that emotion somehow.
I didn't think it was a panic attack. I thought it was him finally, like his feelings finally receiving that she's here, she's with him, they're together, this is real, and just being overwhelmed by it. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I can't remember. To be fair, I can't remember whether it was a panic attack or whether it was like a trauma response. I can't remember exactly how they described it, but it was of that ilk. It was of that ilk.
Okay, good. And I don't think that last time was arguing. She was just still trying to tell him, look, you're still not telling me the real deal. Mm-hmm. Let me in now that we done got our shit together.
exactly.
What do you say? Made sweet love.
Sweet, sweet love. Thank you, Ozzy John.
Thank you.
And then the second email is from Michelle. Hey, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Her subject line says Daryl Dixon spinoff. Greetings, sisters. I've been a listener for a little while now, and I love this podcast. Thank you.
Thank you.
So happy to see y'all back at it. Heart emoji. One little tidbit that's in the Daryl Dixon spinoff is the boy that Daryl is protecting was born from a mother who had turned during birth.
Yeah.
The boy has the ability to walk through walkers without being attacked because he smells like them. Ooh. He can also see things before they happen. I think that this will definitely become a key component in the future. His blood may have a cure. Anyway, just my thoughts. Keep up the awesome work, Michelle. What? So his mama was bit, and then he was born, and he can walk through walkers without them seeing him, without having a shield of blood
they don't react.
or mud or whatever on him.
Yeah, they don't react to him.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But I think, I
Interesting.
must admit, I switched off for the majority of it because it was utter garbage. But I can't remember who it was. Well, it was one of your previous panelists. They were talking about how there's an attachment to the CRM, like they're in conversations with the experiments that are going on. And that's why that kid's being hunted down and Daryl's wandering around next to him. Yeah. So whichever, because if you think about it, when I was saying earlier about the world beyond, where they're talking about experimenting on whether A's are more resistant to bites, and everything else, then and all the other experiments they're doing, then maybe this is another arm of it. So, and to your point earlier, if we're going to bring everyone together,
that would make sense.
It would make sense that the bad guys would be coming together as well as the good guys, I guess.
And maybe, honestly, it just occurred to me that maybe that's part of whatever this Echelon briefing is. Like, we have found a cure, and we are going to get that cure right now over in France. And that cure is this kid. And they don't know nothing about Daryl. They had to know about this kid who was born from a mama who had a bite. He's resistant. We're going to get him, come up with a cure, and then the world can go back to really being what it was. So maybe
the bad guys
has some tie-in to this Echelon briefing that makes everyone really all in on the CRM when they hear it.
No, it could be. And if I remember rightly, I'm so sorry to everyone who's watched Daryl and Dixon spin-off and loved it and remembers better than I do. But Daryl did a lot of destroying before he got free. He's blowing their boats up and everything else. And I think it happens one of the episodes. So they're aware of Daryl.
Oh, okay.
Daryl, we're going to look for Daryl. Yeah, he's a problem. He was taken prisoner by them. Of whatever whatever they're called. I don't think it is the CRM, but whatever it is in France, he gets taken prisoner by them and gets away.
Okay.
So they are aware of Daryl as a threat and want to take him out.
Wow.
I can't remember whether he's been associated.
Rick and Michonne. Imagine if Daryl meets up with Rick and Michonne. And then Maggie meets up with Rick and Michonne. And then that group regroups. That would be cool.
Well, then we just need to bring in
we just have
Deadeye Killer Carol. Deadeye Killer Carol.
Carol, yep.
Avengers she's just gonna
Endgame, right? Or Avengers Infinity Stone or something.
Yeah, that's it. I remember just thinking back, one of the really emotional moments for me in the Savior's story arc was when Daryl comes back after he's been taken prisoner by Negan. And he kind of walks through the gate and he sees Rick and Rick sees him and Daryl just wells up and just looks at the ground. He's just overwhelmed. He starts crying. And so seeing them back together.
That would be awesome. That would
I don't get me wrong. I've not got much interest in watching more Daryl wander about, but Daryl and Rick together, I'm in for that.
Yeah. And even Carol, I liked Carol up until the last season I watched because they just kept promoting her too much for me. But anyway, but I did like her. And so, but again, I don't think that I would have watched a single solitary, like an episode of a show of them just by themselves. Because to me, their strengths and their characters come from being in that ensemble and not alone. So that would be interesting. Michelle, thank you for that information because
yes,
I don't know that I
thank you.
knew that from the previous. Like, I think Yam was the one that was giving us some of the background, but I don't think I knew it was because he was bitten or his mama was bitten and he can't be detected. So that actually makes a lot of sense.
For sure.
Now the theories are running rampant.
Oh, it's so exciting. Do you remember, you said it in, I think it might have been the last podcast episode that you did. I have missed being excited for The Walking Dead.
Amen.
So much. It's been 10 years?
A long time.
Really, since we've given a toss. Since Rick's been gone.
Yeah.
I haven't really cared. And I am glad to be back in the thrall of better storytelling, characters that I care about. And there are other ones that you bring in and you like and they're dead real quick. Do you know what I mean? It's just like been gone. Let's focus on the people that our core group.
Like. Yeah. And then having the story be so full that we have all these different theories and stuff like we used to do. Like, ooh, what if they did da-da-da-da-da? What if they did this? And all of them are valid. So all of them could happen.
Oh, yes.
But just the speculation of it, of wondering what's going to happen next, makes it exciting to watch every week to see where they go with it.
Yeah. And, I don't know, I'm feeling some kind of way because after feeling let down by my favorite shows, plural, looking at you, Game of Thrones, I'm looking real hard at you, Game of Thrones.
I'm not even...
You won't even look at them. See, Sarah won't even look at them.
I'm not even looking at them. I'm not even... I'm looking left.
But I gotta tell you, the gift to me is the House of the Dragon, and I simply can't wait. And so I'm just having this moment of giddiness. I'm trying to stay cool so that people don't think less of me. But I'm thinking to have, like I said, there was a time when Game of Thrones and Walking Dead were both wonderful, and I was watching them both, and my life was happy. My TV life was happy, and to think to have a resurgence of the Walking Dead gang back together again, and House of the Dragon airing at the
and season 4 of Snowpiercer.
Is it coming out? They're going to actually release it?
They finally got an owner. Yes, it's coming, and it's this year.
What channel?
Oh, now you fill some time.
Tell me later. Tell me later.
I can Google, but they have got. I saw it.
Because I know it's been filmed already. They just didn't release it.
Yeah, so it got dropped by TNT or whoever was showing it. It got dropped, and they couldn't find a home for it. But I think I read maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago that they have a home.
Is it really good?
It's good. The series is good.
I saw the movie, but...
Oh, the movie was awful. I did not like the movie, but the TV show is great.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Sean Bean chewing the scenery. I think at one point, he may as well just twirl his mustache.
Right? Okay, I love him.
Sean Bean, the only reason I went through 8 seasons of Game of Thrones is because Sean Bean got me into it. I love Sean Bean.
Yes. Yes.
So, is he still cute?
He's older. He's older, but yeah. But anyway, sorry, we went way off topic. But yes, I'm excited again for The Walking Dead. Who knew I would say that? This series, despite Father fucking Gabriel, has been fantastic. I know he had his purpose, but I still have to say it. He's got to.
Poor man. I wonder if he cries hearing people talk about him.
I don't know that he even hears that. Apparently, a lot of people love that character.
Who are those people? I've never met them.
Thank you. Who are they? They're not.
I told you.
They're
Witching Hour.
So annoyed with this episode and with us. They probably don't listen to us because we hate him and have hated him from the jump. But yes, it's been a lot of fun to get back into the show. So I do hope it has another season. I really do. And converge those stories. Yeah.
Oh, AMC.
Oh, see,
AMC has acquired the rights to all 4 seasons. It's
They're
going to
smart.
air season 1 to 3 late this year. Season 4 will be 2025.
Oh, that's smart. They need
Yeah.
it. They
Yeah,
need it because it was a great show. It
So
kind of went
good.
off in certain areas too, certain episodes, but I thought it was good.
And David Diggs was amazing. So, yeah.
What?
I think so.
What?
David Diggs, he's the main character.
Okay, I
You
heard
didn't know, Kelly? You did not
No,
know?
I heard something different.
Oh my!
What
Take
did
your
you just
mind out the gutter. Out of the gutter.
It's gutter stuff. Okay, I'm sorry. I was like, what did you just say?
We've been talking about Rick and romance too much for you today.
Oh, apparently.
Oh, well, thank you both for being here basically all day. We've been talking all day.
It's been
I
wonderful.
so appreciate you giving up your Saturday for the podcast. Before we sign off, please let everyone know where they can find you if they'd like to find you or to hear more about your opinions about the show. Kelly, could you start us off?
Yeah, okay. So my company is Kelly's Inc. And you can find me on Instagram under at Kelly's Inc. It's KELLISINK. And I'm gonna put this on there, but I'll be talking about other things, and when I actually drop a movie, you'll be able to hear info on that as well. So
yes. And Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, just before, I just want to say thank you for having me on the podcast. I've had such a riot chatting with both of you today, and thank you for previous panels, whether it's been True Bloods. I came in at Snowpiercer, and then listened to all the True Blood, The Walking Dead, and everything else. Honestly, this podcast has made me laugh. It's made me cry, and I appreciate being given the opportunity to talk with you and form these relationships. So thank you for that. When it comes to social media, I'm not doing anything very interesting. If you want to say hi, I'm on the Sistah Speak Facebook group. So if you think I'm talking nonsense or I am a sage purveyor of wisdom, and give me a shout out or limit the abuse, please, through there. But yeah, no, in social media, I'm not the most active. But anyone wants to say hi, then I'd love to talk to you.
Awesome. And that group is called Sistah Speak Nation on Facebook. It's a private group. So just check us out. We'll let you in as long as you're a real person. And you can have a lot of conversation. I think we have like a little bit under 1,000 people in the group. And so we have a lot of great conversation. You can come in, come out. People kind of come in and come out throughout the years because, we get busy. But we have that space there just to chit chat about whatever we want to. It's a lot of fun. For all of the other, as we've alluded to, a lot of the other podcasts we've done over the years, we've been podcasting. I think this year will be 17 years of podcasting. And so we have a lot of stuff, y'all. Go back and listen to our old stuff. It's
so good.
It is so fun.
So good.
We've had such great conversations and learning about each other and just getting in a relationship with each other is my favorite part of the podcast, of having everyone else join in too with their thoughts and opinions. Go to sistahspeakproductions.com to find links to all of that. We are on Patreon. We have a lot of other content just on Patreon there. Our YouTube channel where this is going to be shown, but we're also have this released as a podcast audibly only as well. But sistahspeakproductions.com is where you can find links to everything. Thank you so much again for being wonderful guests and for giving up your day. Thank you.
It was a wonderful day. Thank you.
Great day.
I agree. That is it for all y'all. I am Sistah K.
I'm Kelly.
I'm Sistah Blue.
We'll see y'all next time. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.